Sounds good. Okay, we'll get started and call this open session to order. And we'll do a roll call before we get into it. Councillor McCrae,
Here.
Councillor Dunsmore,
Here.
Councillor Kittredge,
Here.
Councillor McElwain,
Here.
Councillor Van Leeuwen,
Here.
Councillor Foster, okay, so we don't have Councillor Foster here. We'll wait for a minute to see if Councillor Foster comes on. So Councillor Foster is just in the closed session. So he's going to be sent the other links to join us in a minute. So hopefully that works out. I'll call this meeting to order. And again, welcome everyone, members of council and anybody else that's joining us today for our council, our committee of the whole budget agenda meeting. Hope everybody had a good holiday and ready to get back at it here. Ask for any disclosure of pecuniary interests under the Conflict of Interest Act. Okay, seeing none. We did have a closed session before this one, and I have nothing to report out of that closed session. And I have a recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington confirm the agenda for the meeting held January 5th and 7th, 2021, if necessary. Have a mover for that. Councillor Kittredge, second by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to 7, the confirmation of the minutes. We have minutes from our committee of the whole meeting on December 1st, and that was a budget meeting as well. I have a recommendation that the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting held December 1st, 2020 be adopted as circulated. Can I have a mover for that motion, please? Councillor McCrae, second by Councillor Dunsmore. All in favor? And that is carried. So moving on to introductions, I have some brief comments that I want to make before we get into the session today, and after that I'll turn it over to our CAO. So this budget that we have in front of us represents a significant milestone with our ambitious bridge rebuilding program. 6 years ago, the majority on Centre Wellington Council decided it was time to take bold action to address our town's #1 infrastructure problem, our crumbling bridges. So in 2015, we introduced the 2% dedicated capital levy, and this 2% annually compounding capital levy was combined with the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, known as OSIF, to form a brand new revenue stream to be used exclusively to rebuild or build bridges that were prioritized in the asset management plan using a risk-based approach to investing in bridges. So there were 3 things about this levy that were innovative and were reasons that I've supported it since day one. The first thing was that it was dedicated. It was only used to rebuild our #1 issue when it came to infrastructure problems in Centre Wellington. It was never going to be spent on operational increases or any other projects. It was strictly dedicated to bridge reconstruction. The second feature of this levy was it was completely transparent and accountable. The list of bridge projects to be funded was based on our asset management plan, and it was widely communicated to the public. The third feature of this program is that it was temporary. The increase would be reduced in 2021 and eliminated in 2022. That was our promise back in 2015. In addition to those 3 characteristics, it was absolutely necessary. So for over a decade, successive councils had buried our collective heads in the sand and spent all of our time publicly blaming the province. That wasn't much of a plan as far as I was concerned. So our blame the province strategy didn't work. From 2007 to 2014, 8 years, we were able to rebuild or build 5 bridges. So going back to 2007, for example, even though our tax rate increase for the year was just under 4%, 3.93% to be exact, the township could barely afford to pay their municipal share, so 1/3 of doing 1 bridge. At a cost of $1.38 million, the Gary Road Bridge came in at $625,000 over the original budget. So the township at that time had to scramble to reallocate some of the OLG money to pay just their share of the cost of that 1 bridge. All you have to do is take a look back at our 2014 10-year capital forecast. In the 8-year period between 2014 to 2022, we had allocated about 1/3 of the cost for rebuilding or building 11 bridges over 8 years. That was in our 10-year capital forecast back in 2014. But even with those planned 11 bridges, this was just a wish list because it completely relied on provincial government to provide us with 2/3 of the funding. Everyone on council knew it. Those 11 bridges were never going to get built. So the township was 100% reliant on provincial funding. There was no bridge rebuilding plan. There was no bridge rebuilding reserve. And year after year, budgets were passed that included a bridge here or a bridge there. A quote in the paper the next day was usually along the lines of, and we'll continue to lobby the upper orders of government to help us out with our bridges. This went on year after year. Then in 2015, we introduced a 2% dedicated capital levy, a dedicated, fully transparent and temporary measure to address a problem that should have been addressed years before. I'm sure you've all heard the saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. This works for rebuilding bridges too. So we recognized back in 2015 that we had to take responsibility for our own issues and do what was best in the long run for our community. Now, 6 years later, following the introduction of our 2% dedicated capital levy, we're on track to rebuild 21 bridges in 8 years, and we have over $2.8 million in a bridge rebuilding reserve fund. And we did it exactly the way we promised back in 2015. We promised that this 2% increase would be reduced in 2021, and then the increase would be eliminated in 2022. In this 2021 budget, we've been able to completely eliminate the 2% increase a year earlier than we promised. The success of our dedicated capital levy has been recognized as a municipal best practice by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO for short. We've been invited to speak 4 times at AMO conferences. And we've received significant attention from our municipal peers. In August 2019, the Mayor of Orangeville, Sandy Brown, is quoted in the Orangeville Citizen as saying that the big takeaway for him at the Ottawa AMO conference was Centre Wellington's seminar on asset management and our dedicated capital levy. Mayor Brown said, and I quote, "I truly believe we need to look at other successes municipalities have had. While plagiarism is not so great in education, I think it's a positive thing in government. When a municipality has gotten something right, why wouldn't you want to follow suit?" So despite this recognition from the Ontario's Premier Municipal Association and the attention we've received from our municipal peers, this 2% capital levy has always been a tough sell to our council. After an initial 5-2 vote in 2015, every budget since 2015 has been a 4-3 split. And I want to take a minute to thank our former and our current members of council who have had the foresight to support this plan over the years. It's because of you that this ambitious effort to rebuild our bridges has been so successful. It's because of these supportive councillors over years that Centre Wellington residents and businesses are seeing the results of their tax dollars. They have told us in survey after survey that their priorities are us rebuilding our roads and our bridges, and we have made their priorities our priorities. Supporting a tax rate increase, even one that is completely dedicated, transparent, and temporary, is never an easy thing for a politician to do. Because of council support, here's the list of bridges we've been able to build or rebuild all across Centre Wellington, at least partially using dedicated capital levy funds since 2015. The 8th Line Bridge, 21P, formerly in Pilkington Township. The Urban Street Portage Bridge repairs, 9N, formerly Nickel Township. Side Road 20 Bridge, 27WG, former West Fairfaxa Township. 7th Line Bridge, 9WG, former West Fairfaxa Township. St. David Street Bridge, 2F, downtown Fergus. Jack R. McDonald Pedestrian Bridge, downtown Elora. 6th Line Bridge, 5WG, formerly West Fairfaxa Township. 4th Line Bridge, 10P, in former Pilkington Township. 3rd Line, Carroll Creek Bridge, 24P, former Pilkington Township. 1st Line Bridge, 23WG, former West Fairfaxa Township. And in addition to these bridges, the dedicated capital levy funds have been used to conduct pre-engineering work and ongoing bridge repairs and remediation. So as far as the rest of the 2021 budget, staff have exceeded our direction during the most difficult year we could imagine. So I want to take a minute to thank Andy for your leadership, and thanks to Dan and Mark for quarterbacking this process again. Thanks to department heads for your leadership, and thanks to all our staff who are recognizing the unique challenges that we're facing this year. Appreciate you are not requesting a cost of living increase this year for staff. I say this every year, but I'm going to say it again. We are very lucky to have the leadership team we have in Centre Wellington. We do take it for granted sometimes, but it is very true. So for the 2021 budget, pre-budget meetings were conducted in June, September, October, and December. Staff have exceeded our direction. So this being the case, I have very little to add to the current budget except to say great job. I support it as is. Given the amount of discussion and direction already provided by council, I'm hoping that we can get approval of this budget today. And I will turn it over to our CEO, Andy.
Thanks, Mayor Linton. Council and our Centre Wellington community. 2020 has been a very challenging year with over 10 months of operations operating under provincial, county, and Centre Wellington declared emergency due to COVID-19. Our dedicated staff work exceptionally hard to help support our community through various financial support opportunities, including tax deferrals, funding to local businesses, aligning numerous services online so residents and business could connect with us seamlessly, providing swift and continuing communications through our website and social media, coordinating electronic and public meetings, coordinating radio and electronic town halls, closing downtown streets on weekends and statutory holidays to help our downtown businesses, coordinating the patios in our downtowns, ensuring our key services like planning applications, building permits and inspections, roads, parks and trails, water and wastewater continue to operate safely at all times. And finally, by reopening our other services and programs where it was safe to do so, within our stringent protocols that we've set up to meet provincial guidelines and health unit guidelines. Our staff have done an outstanding job, and I'm very proud of our team. I want to thank each and every one of them for their amazing work over the past 10 months. Knowing that COVID-19 is going to continue to be part of our task in 2021, staff has developed the draft 2021 budget to help address the ongoing challenges our community residents, businesses, tourists, and our organization must continue to face together. Staff fully appreciate that these are tough times for many in our community, so staff have been diligent to prepare a responsible draft 2020 budget. This year's budget includes staff's best estimates, given what we know today, when various facilities and programs will begin to operate normally, and when our expenditures and revenues will return more closely to pre-COVID days. The draft 2021 budget meets Council's approved directions as set out in our various pre-budget meetings held in June, September, October, and December. It is essential to note that the 2021 draft operating budget has been developed to provide current levels of service for our existing community and new neighborhoods for parks, trails, road maintenance, etc. As our community grows, so do our numbers of roads, parks, trails, water, wastewater, storm pipe programs, etc. We need to keep pace with the financial resources and staffing requirements to maintain these services to meet the quality of life our residents and businesses expect. Previous years of not allocating enough funding or resources has impacted the township's ability to properly maintain our roads, bridges, buildings, etc. Furthermore, the operating budget and capital budget documents incorporate funding for action recommendations ratified by council in the 2019 to 2022 strategic plan, the township's township asset management plan, our parks, recreation and parks culture master plan, our long-term water supplies master plan, our transportation master plan, and various recommendations from other council direction initiatives. It is important to point out there's an abundant amount of actions identified in these plans which staff has been directed to execute. Funding identified by staff in our capital budget and staffing strategy provides the financial and internal resources to continue to move on many of these council approved actions forward. Reductions in either funding or resources impacts the township's ability to move these council approved actions forward. Our corporate services department has once again led the process in developing the budget with input from all departments. The senior management team has prepared the 2021 budget, which continues to provide current levels of service for our community while looking to the future to address service needs for growth. A big thank you goes out to all of our staff working through the pre-budget meetings with council and preparing this draft 2020 budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Andy. And I'm going to turn it over to our treasurer and director of corporate services, Dan Wilson, and Dan and Mark will take it from here. Dan?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. We're going to go through a budget presentation that provides the overview information to council. It's going to be a coordinated effort between Andy, Mark, and myself, so we'll be going back and forth throughout the presentation. With that, just a little bit of an agenda for the presentation itself. We're going to start with an overview and summary. Andy will go through some of the strategic planning related accomplishments and activities that are planned going forward. I will do some discussions on asset management planning as well as some general budget information. And from there, Mark will take over and go over a lot of the key details around the tax supported operating budget, as well as some of the highlights of the information already reviewed and endorsed by council as part of the pre-budget meetings on capital. And then I will conclude the presentation on a debt analysis over the 10-year forecast. So with that, I will pass the floor over to Andy to start things off with strategic planning.
Thanks, Dan. So as part of the agenda today, we've provided a full each of the actions update and statuses on the various actions approved by council as part of the strategic plan. This short summary presentation will just summarize some of our accomplishments and challenges over the past 12 months. As council is aware and the community is aware, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had some impacts on moving forward some of our actions, and we speak to those in each of the areas of the report. And as I mentioned, a full report card can be seen in the report provided to council as part of this agenda. Okay. So COVID-19 impacts. So just highlighting several of the impacts that have either slowed or put on the back burner for a short period of time. Our employment, land development, and servicing. Obviously, we were working with our current situation with regards to helping our businesses and our existing economy. So some of that planning has been put on hold and now it's just restarting. Our CIP program update, which was slated for 2021 with county funding, has been delayed until 2021. We were looking to do that in 2020. Working with our partners to attract and enhance visitors. We did no marketing in 2020, although we did see increased traffic from tourists just because of some of the COVID protocols across the province. Zoning to explore housing alternatives was slightly delayed, and Brett and his department now we're starting to work back that on starting in the new year. Urban design guidelines, we had some discussions at the early part of the year with our Healthy Growth Committee and late last year, late 2019. So that will be starting to be picked back up with our committee. The downtown 3-hour parking enforcement, that was something we were going to be implementing in the spring, and then COVID hit. In speaking with our BIAs, we felt that it was best to delay that for 2020. But we are looking to implement that for 2021, starting in May, with some enforcement and working with the BIAs to see how we work that through and starting in 2021. We have had some delays, and Colin's now working away at some of our well exploration and programs and updates to our existing wells for future expansion. The tourism accommodation tax, we didn't feel it was appropriate time frame to be looking at that in 2020 or even 2021, given the economy and our impacts to our local hotel businesses. So we have looked at pushing that off until 2022. And then also the community work with our multi-use indoor training facility. We've obviously couldn't be working with that committee through the COVID, and they just recently had a meeting, and we'll be starting that back up and working through that in 2021. Some of our accomplishments, we were able to look at a number of things and continue with these. So our employment land strategy, as the council's aware, is currently underway with McSweeney. And we have a subcommittee of the Economic Task Force working with them on that. Support of our downtowns with patios and street closures. So we immediately turned our focus on how do we help our local downtowns and businesses to prosper during the COVID closures. And we had great success with a number of businesses in Elora and one in Fergus doing that, as well as closing off a street in Fergus to be able to support the restaurants and business owners in downtown Fergus. We were able to provide some funding through the Digital Mainstream Program and our business grants with Community Futures, which helped support a number of our businesses compete and succeed during the COVID. The county has initiated the CMCR for future growth. Staff have been meeting with them as well, and there has been one public meeting with regards to that, so we'll continue that work with the county. Finalizing signage and MTO approvals for the Fergus truck bypass. Colin and his staff have continued to work through 2020 to ensure that, and we anticipate that early in 2021 that bypass will be signed and routed, and we'll start communicating through that to people coming into town. The new bus service from Owen Sound down to Guelph, which has a stop in Fergus and Elora, has now been operating, and our staff coordinated with the folks in Owen Sound to ensure that we had stops in Fergus and Elora for people commuting to either location. Colin was able to continue some well optimization for F2 and F5, and also working and lobbying with the province. The moratorium for water bottling, commercial water bottling, was extended till April 21st, 2021, which was a big accomplishment for 2020, even during the COVID times. And Kyle, through Tier 3, and Colin did present the water policies through the Tier 3, which were recently presented to Council at the end of last year. Continuing for accomplishments in 2020, the first line and 8th line bridge rehabs, as well as the 3rd line bridge replacement, were all completed. We just recently, at the end of December, put out the background study for the development charges for public input, and we'll be bringing that forward to Council in the first quarter for finalization, as well as the DC countywide interest rate policy was approved by Council. We've completed a service review with a number of other local adjacent municipalities with Wellington County and the county to look at service improvements that can be shared. Even though tough times, we did have a couple of local businesses help support sponsorships and improving our facilities, with Grandwood Park, with the local developer there, and the local pharmacy sponsoring park amenities for Forfar Park. And we also did complete the cultural heritage landscape study presented to Council, and now is out for public final review, and that report, final report will come back to Council in the new year. In 2021, we look at priorities as some that were delayed from 2020, the CIP revisions and update, We're looking to formalize our patio program with the local BIA. So we had a great pilot last year and making sure we have a program that meets the AGCO requirements as well, so that businesses have a seamless way of running their patios during 2021. The 3-hour parking enforcement we'll be looking at for this year and incorporating that with the BIAs. The county transportation study is just underway and staff will be working through that and ensuring items through our master plan are incorporated, as well as some of the discussions that council's had in strategic plan with regards to arterial roads and ensuring that we're meeting requirements for Fergus and Lower connections. Furthering our water exploration for additional water to meet growth in the future. Colin will be working with our gravel road conditional assessment in the spring, which was delayed from 2020. Our capital projects, capital levy projects, bridges will continue in 2021 and 2022. The multi-use indoor training facility, the committee's back and running and holding meetings over Zoom, so that will continue and be reporting back later this year on the feasibility. As part of the budget, you'll notice that we have shared staff positions recommended, which we're sharing HR position services with Bush Lunch and an asset management position with Mapleton, which are as part of the outcomes of the KPMG study that was undertaken in 2019. So we're continuing to make sure that we're working with our local adjacent municipalities and sharing resources to be efficient and financially effective for our communities. And then Brett and Mariana, we continue to work on heritage preservation incentives with the Centre Wellington Heritage Committee for 2021. So those are just kind of the highlights for the strategic plan accomplishments and challenges for during COVID. There is a full report that is attached to the agenda, and so we can speak about that later. But I just wanted to provide an oversight highlight prior to getting into the budgets. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Moving on to asset management planning, I can't stress enough the importance of asset management planning in the budget process and actually the day-to-day activities of township staff. We're working towards compliance with the provincial legislation on asset management planning, which we'll talk about in a few slides. But it really does form a link between pretty much everything that we do on a township perspective in providing services to residents. It fulfills the objectives outlined in the township strategic plan and the various master plans. It helps staff and departments on a day-to-day basis look at activities that are required to maintain assets, and it informs the budget process on an annual basis. So I can't stress enough the importance of this process and how it integrates in with township activities. In terms of the asset management requirements through the provincial legislation, as council is aware, we adopted a strategic asset management policy in 2019, and we're now working on the second phase of compliance, which is having an asset management plan in place that meets the provincial requirements for core infrastructure. That'll be coming forward to council in the first half of this year. We are attempting to make this asset management plan for all assets rather than just core assets, so we can exceed the expectations of the province. The next phase beyond 2021 is to have a compliant asset management plan in 2023 for all assets. So that's not just adding in non-core infrastructure, but it's also adding other key pieces to the asset management plan as outlined by the province. And just for council's interest, core infrastructure is roads and storm, bridges and culverts, water and wastewater assets. So those are the considered core assets that at a minimum have to be included in the 2021 asset management plan. Once we get beyond 2023, then the 2024 update is an enhanced asset management plan for all assets. And then beyond 2024, the township is required to do an update to the asset management plan at a minimum every 5 years. and do a report to council annually on the status and progress of the asset management plan recommendations. So it's quite a complex initiative that we have to follow here from an asset management plan perspective. Council will recall we are in the middle of implementing asset management plan software to assist in accomplishing all of these objectives internally at a staff level. Looking at our assets that are included in our existing plan, and given that it's a few years out of date, so there are some new assets that are not currently in this asset management plan that we're going to be updating for in the 2021 plan. But back in 2016, we had roughly $843 million worth of assets. Just applying capital indexing to that, we're almost at $1 billion in asset investment, which is approaching $33,000 per resident in Centre Wellington. So it's a fairly valuable investment we have in our assets, hence the need to maintain our asset management planning activities and ensure that these assets are performing as needed to provide services to our residents. This is a new graph that we're using this year. Sort of replaces a table that we had in previous budget discussions, but it really outlines the progress that the township has made on asset management planning in comparison to recommendations in our plan. So the gray bars at the top of the screen represent what the optimal investment in our assets are on an annual basis. So you'll see for 2021, that number is roughly $16 million. And then it climbs with capital inflation throughout the forecast period. So by 2030, that becomes $21 million. So you can see by not doing anything on an annual basis, you can quickly fall behind just because the assets are becoming much more expensive from year to year. The blue outlines what we've been doing and what's been passed through annual budgets and what we're able to implement on an annual basis. Where the orange represents the recommended phase in our asset management plan. So you can see in 2018 and 2019, we were right in line with the recommendation of the asset management plan. And that is largely due to the dedicated capital levy and being able to provide additional funding to bridges and culverts. And it's also due to increased external funding. During that time, gas tax was increasing, OCIF money was increasing. We were really able to provide that much needed investment in our assets, largely because of those two key areas. In 2020, we fell a little bit behind, about 300,000 short of the objective. That's where the external sources of funding are starting to level off. Gas tax funding and OCIF funding are not increasing as dramatically. And then you'll see in 2021, we've dropped off to approximately a $2 million shortfall in meeting the phased in objectives. That is obviously due to restrictions from an OLG perspective, not having the necessary OLG funds in 2021 due to closure of the facility in 2020. But it's also due to no increases in OCIF funding and no increases in gas tax funding. So those two pieces of funding have leveled off, and we're not anticipating any increases in those areas going forward. So it's pretty much left up to the township and being able to internally generate funds to invest in our assets to close that gap over the long term. And then looking at 2022, 2023, it's roughly $1.7 million short and then $1.9 million short. So the current asset management plan had these recommendations in place, and we will be recommending further new recommendations in the 2021 asset management plan and how we close that gap. But this, I think, will become a key image that we'll use to assess our ability to follow the recommendations in our asset management plan going forward. The current asset management plan does have some recommendations, and these are considered worst case scenario recommendations. It was suggesting a 4.9% increase in taxation annually to 2030 and then 2.89% thereafter. That was accounting for operating inflation, but it was also assuming no other assistance from external sources, for example, such as grants, increases in OCIF and gas tax. So we were able to meet our objectives of our asset management plan for 2018 and 2019 by not doing the full 4.9% increase in taxation, largely because we had other sources of funding available to assist us. What this is saying is, in the absence of assistance from other areas, the 4.9% would be required to meet the asset management plan objectives. Water wastewater, the recommendation was to follow the rate increases that were outlined in the township's approved water wastewater rate study, and we've been doing that on a consistent basis each year. From a high-level summary perspective, this is a comparison of our total budget for 2020 versus 2021. You can see that there is an overall decrease in budget, not only because of a decrease in capital, but you'll also notice that we have a slight decrease in our operating budget as well, which is largely due to the decline in OLG funds that go into operating and then get transferred to reserve for capital purposes. So you can see tax supported going down from 28.9 million to 28.4 million. Water and wastewater are going up based on recommendations in our water wastewater rate study to 5.6 million and 7 million respectively. But the largest change here is the combined capital budget going from 18.5 million to 15.1 million. And that's really due to COVID-related impacts surrounding decreased OLG funding and our having to defer capital projects to future years, assuming that OLG funding will pick up in future years. This is the updated inflation analysis. Council would have seen a different version of this in the June pre-budget meeting, but you can see that operating inflation and capital inflation are still continually declining throughout the year. We have 0.6% from an operating inflation perspective and 2.29% from a capital inflation perspective as of the last number of months. Looking at the weighted calculation in terms of the township's impact, both from a blended operating and capital perspective, that comes out to 1.07% weighted index. 2021 fees and charges. We did deal with most of the fees and charges in the December council meeting. Generally, there was a 1.4% increase that was approved by council. There were a number of areas that did not change or changed at an amount somewhat different than 1.4%, and that was discussed in December. If you'll recall, the Parks and Recreation fees and charges were removed from the discussion. And you will notice that there's a report attached to the agenda for later today to pass the Parks and Recreation fees and charges at a 0% increase as recommended by council. And you'll see the various categories there that were all discussed and approved by council in December, other than the Parks and Recreation fees and charges. In terms of direction provided by council to date in the various pre-budget meetings, the first one was to maintain a tax rate increase equal to or less than the calculated index, which was 1.4% in June of 2020. And that's before taking into account the impacts of the dedicated capital levy, and to provide potential approaches to reduce the impact on taxation down to 1%. The second one, assume assessment growth of 2%. We actually came in at slightly higher than that at 2.33%. Increase fees and charges by 1.4%, which, like I said earlier, we discussed in December, and we've decided to take Parks and Recreation out of that increase going forward in the year. OMPF allocation of 230,900, which has been verified by the province of Ontario. So that is our OMPF allocation for the year, which is a 15% reduction from 2020. Dedicated capital levy increase of 0.5%. That actually is not required, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. OCIF funding to be maintained at 2020 funding levels. As Mayor Linton mentioned, that is one of our key funding mechanisms for bridges and culverts, in addition to the dedicated capital levy, and the province has confirmed that is maintaining at 2020 levels for 2021. So that is confirmed by the province. Plan for 1.5 million in growth-related capital needs to be funded from development charges each year, which we discussed in a number of pre-budget meetings on capital over the last number of months. Capital funding that is available for 2021. Again, we discussed that in great length in pre-budget meetings, and we're within those allocations. The ULG funding allocation policy was deferred. It was on a couple of agendas for pre-budget, but we didn't have the time to get to that. So just so council is aware, we did use the policy that was endorsed for the 2020 budget for the 2021 budget. Staffing strategy was deferred from pre-budget, and it has been somewhat altered since reports that were presented in pre-budget, and that it will be discussed as we go through the operating budget questions that council has for the tax supported operating budget. We were given direction on capital for 2021 to 2030 by council. The bridge and culvert 10-year plan was discussed with council in pre-budget. The vehicle and equipment replacement schedules were discussed with council in pre-budget, and the revised budget timeline was endorsed by council, where we have potential budget adoption in January rather than December. So that is the extent to the direction that we were provided to date, as well as some of the items that were deferred. Just looking at where staff started from an operating budget perspective to where we are within the budget book today. When we initially compiled the tax supported operating budget, staff were at an 8.53% increase in taxation. Majority of that is due to COVID related impacts, which we will get into as part of the operating budget, both within community services and investment income. But we were able to find staff reductions in excess of $1 million to bring that down to 1.4%. Just before Christmas, council approved a 0% increase in the parks and recreation fees and charges that added another 0.09% to the tax impact, giving us a net increase of 1.49%, which is where we ended up from a purely operating perspective. But then we now have a one-time COVID-19 related reduction in the dedicated capital levy of 0.16%. I had mentioned earlier that during pre-budget, council had given us direction to do a 0.5% increase in the dedicated capital levy. We are now confirming that that's not required. We get to the required funding amount given dedicated capital levy amounts, giving OSIF amounts in 2021 without having that increase, and we're actually showing a 0.16% decrease in that dedicated capital levy for this year. Netting that with the 1.49%, we end up having a net increase in the township levy of 1.33%. So that is what is presented in the budget book, the 1.33%. We do have some other items shown within the budget report in the agenda, as council requested items to bring us down closer to 1%, but those are not in the budget book and at this point not recommended by staff. Before I pass the floor over to Mark, I have one more slide. So this is comparing the council direction provided to staff in June of 2020 to what the draft budget book is presenting. As mentioned earlier, we were given direction to do a 1.4% increase in taxation plus a 0.5% increase in the dedicated capital levy. That combines to 1.9%. The budget book is coming forward at a regular levy increase of 1.49%. And just to reiterate, we did have that down to 1.4%, but the extra 0.09 represents the impact of the Parks and Recreation fees staying at 2020 levels. And then when you net off the 0.16% decrease in the dedicated capital levy, we're netting at 1.33% increase in taxation, which is 0.57% lower than the 1.9% direction that was provided by council. So with that, I will pass the floor over to Mark to consider or continue the operating presentation.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, so I will take you through a number of slides related to the operating budget, and then we'll shift gears and take a quick look at some high-level statistics and facts on the capital budget. So the first slide is one we provide every year. This essentially splits up the tax bill, so everybody's aware of how much each of the three public entities keep of the tax bill. So this chart assumes the township at 1.33% tax increase, education at 0%, and the county at 2.5%. And that was direction provided by the county back in early to middle of December as to where they thought they might end up at 2.5%. And this also assumes residential property with average assessment of about $381,000. So the total tax levy would be $4,197. And you can see how it's split up there with the township retaining 29% of that, or $1,241. The county gets 57% and education 14%. So the next slide gives us the history of that percentage breakdown or split between the county, education, and the township. So the township is the blue line there. And you can see it's basically been between 22, I think, percent, and we're now up to the 29%. And the county has been sort of mid 40s up to kind of 57%. Next slide, Dan. And just like with the residential tax bill breakdown, the average commercial industrial tax bill breakdown, the township retains 22% of that source of taxation. Education gets 38% and the county gets 41%. Next slide. So this is a slide I like to include every year. It doesn't show all the relationships, but it does show the main relationships and how complex a municipal budget can be. There's really broken down, you can break it down to two main budgets, the operating budget and the capital budget. The operating budget is essentially your day-to-day costs, and the majority of those costs are salaries and wages, but there's also utilities, supplies, fuel, insurance are becoming a huge component of the operating budget. And then you have the capital budget, which are typically your one-time items, and they usually cost more than $5,000. So these are your big ticket items, your road reconstruction, your buildings, your asset replacement, new equipment, new vehicles. For the operating budget, there's different sources of revenue, obviously, your source of funding. A significant source, obviously, is property taxes, but other sources could be user fees, grants, and also reserves. And reserves also assist in funding the capital budget. With a capital budget, occasionally every few years, there may be some debt taken out. When that happens, the operating budget is then responsible to pay for the debt repayments. Other relationships, the reserve contributions are at the bottom. You can see that it's sometimes a two-way street here, where you've got an example, maybe the election reserve, where every 4 years we have to fund let's say $120,000 election. So what we do is each year we build into the operating budget 30 grand to go into that election reserve. So in the fourth year, we don't see a spike in the tax rates. We have a reserve to cover off that $120,000 cost of the election. There's also a capital contribution built in. We have an $875,000 proposed transfer to the general capital reserve built into the operating budget this year, which is a $25,000 increase. Slots money, gas tax, OSIF money all flows into the operating budget and then flows into a reserve fund. dedicated capital levy as well. And those reserve funds are then used to fund the capital budget. Other sources funding for the capital budget are development charges, which also are a source of funding for the operating budget as well to fund the growth portion of the debt payments. There's also grants and developers. Some years, if there's a big subdivision that's been approved and going forward, there could be large developer contributions to the capital budget. So as you can see, lots of interrelationships. You could spend hours talking about the relationships here, but that's just a snapshot of how the municipal budget works. Dan, if you want to go to the next slide. So I'm pretty sure everybody's aware of this, but there are essentially 3 components to the operating budget and 3 components to the capital budget. There's a tax supported component to each of them. There's a waterworks supported component to each of them, and also a wastewater supported component as well. Dan, next slide. You can actually skip to the next one. So these, we get into some operating budget facts. The total operating budget is 41.2 million, and it's broken down between the tax supported budget of about 28.4 million and the user pay, also called the water wastewater, you may hear it called the environmental budget, is $12.8 million. So next slide. I think this has been touched on already in some of the earlier presentation pieces, but so I'll not get into the great detail here, but essentially we had 4 pre-budget meetings, 1 in June, 1 in September, October, and also in December. The staff started compiling or working on the capital budget in June. It was essentially completed by the end of November in a draft format. And that incorporated comments from council and so forth at the September and October meetings. We began the operating budget process, working on the salary and benefit pieces in late August, but meetings with staff started in September and carried on until early December when we essentially completed the draft operating budgets included in the binder. We are, of course, in January, we have dates set for the 5th and 7th, and we're working towards a proposed budget approval date of January 18th at that council meeting. Next slide, Dan. So the next few slides are some charts again, or pie graphs. This one is net expenditures by department. Fairly comparable to the year before, but there are some COVID impacts here. Community services at 36% is 3% higher than last year. Again, that's due to the net revenue loss in community services as a result of COVID. And the other services, excluding taxation, this is where, and I believe Dan alluded to this, we have decreased OLG funding, obviously, due to the temporary closure of the facility. And as Dan mentioned, the slots money flows into the operating budget and then flows out. Well, that has an impact here, and it resides in the other services area. So that has actually reduced from 14% to 11%. So we foresee this chart rebalancing again, probably next year in the 2022 budget once we're out of the pandemic. So next slide, Dan. This chart is the gross revenue by function, similar to the net expenditures by department chart. It's impacted by COVID as well. So I'll just point out a couple of those changes. The fees and charges obviously have gone down due to COVID, mainly in the community services area with reduction in revenue there. It's gone down from 14 to 12%. The transfers from reserves and reserve funds, that's actually increased 3% because we have, as we'll get to, some substantial contributions from our COVID reserve that we have set up that's funded with both the 2019 surplus that we had and also the Safe Restart money that we got from the provincial government. Other revenue is down 3% from 20 down to 17%. And again, that's a function of the reduction in the OLG proceeds that we have in the budget. And then taxation is up 3% from 53 to 56% of the budget. And again, once we do this pandemic situation, if we see this taxation amount coming back down to 53, 54% of the overall budget. Again, it's a big factor in these calculations is the reduction in the slots money. Dan, next slide. So this slide shows the percentage of gross revenues from taxation since 2010. So as you can see, it's been fairly consistent. There is a bit of a spike this year again, but what I foresee next year is that is a temporary spike, and it'll go down to 53–54% likely next year. Okay, next slide. Gross expenditures by function. Again, this is fairly consistent with last year, other than, again, some COVID impacts. We got a 2% reduction in the contribution to reserve funds from 32% down to 30%. And again, that's due to a reduction in the OLG transfer. And the salaries and benefits has gone up 2% from 42 to 44% of the overall budget. And again, there's some new positions, which we'll talk about, that are in the budget that are impacting that. But also the total size of the budget shrunk because of the reduction in slots money that's included in the budget. So again, I foresee this probably dropping next year, maybe down to around 43% when we get to the 2022 budget. Next slide, Dan. So this chart here shows the percentage of gross expenditures that are represented by salaries and benefits since 2010. You see it was up around 48–49% early on. We did get it down to about 42% of the budget last year. It's sitting at 44. Again, I see this little bit of a 2% spike, probably coming back down to about 42–43% in 2022 budget. Next slide. So every year there's a number of funding challenges that we have to incorporate into the budget. And one that's been a real pain since probably about 2009, I think it is the reduced OMPF funding. This year, it's about $40,000 or 15% of the amount. We used to be at about $1.5 million we received back in the late 2000s. We're now down to, I think it's $231,000 in the budget. So the clawback of it isn't significant as much as it was each year, but it still hurts, especially in a difficult year like pulling this budget together was. Obviously, this is a new funding challenge and one that hopefully we won't see again in next year's, but the impacts of COVID-19, and it's had a huge impact, as you've probably seen going through the budget and your pre-review. It's been a large decrease in community services net revenues. And this is something that every municipality is going through, obviously, given the closure restrictions. Revenue generation. So every year when we do the budget, we try to reduce our reliance on taxation and increase non-taxation sources of revenue. So municipalities have limited tools to raise revenue. So how do we do this? We look at ways to increase development charges if possible and where it makes sense. We aggressively pursue grants where it makes sense. And we also look at increasing user fees where it makes sense as well. We also have to fund legislated requirements. So what I'm talking about here, and I think Andy alluded to a bunch of these in his presentation component as well, are we have to fund accessibility legislation. We have to fund asset management. There's source water protection rules and legislation that we're required to fund. And there's also minimum maintenance standards for roads and bridges that we have to fund as well. And on that same note, we also have to maintain our existing services. So our existing services, we have to provide clean water and wastewater. We have to provide fire service. We have to maintain our roads. We also have to provide community, operate our community services and maintain our parks. We also have funding commitments each year. We have the biggest one, obviously, our debt servicing commitments, which will be $2.6 million of principal and interest payments in 2021. And this economic environment one is one that really has impacted us hard this year. And it kind of relates back to the whole COVID situation. The government, in response to the economic environment back in March, reduced the Bank of Canada Prime 1.5%. That's had a huge impact on our investment revenue. It's taken us from 800,000 down to 375. You know, the impact of it will not be felt as bad in 2021 or in 2020 as it actually will be in 2021, because we had a good laddering strategy in place with our GICs. However, those GICs are all maturing, and we were getting 2.65%. We're now able to maybe get 0.95%. That has caused a huge hardship on our interest revenue forecast. And it's something that may carry on into 2022 and even 2023, given forecasts we've seen from the Bank of Canada on interest rates. Next slide, Dan. So impacts of COVID-19. So it's just a slide that kind of summarizes. I've touched on a lot of this already, but the township's experiencing net revenue reductions as a result of COVID-19 in 2020 that will continue into 2021. And the significant impacts obviously are in community services with the programming revenue, and then, as I mentioned, a very big one with investment revenue. Now, a significant portion of these impacts have been offset by cost savings across the township as well. Within community services in the 2021 budget, there's reduced labor costs of $119,100. That's directly related to assumptions built around COVID-19 in 2021. You'll also recall that we created a COVID-19 reserve that was established early on in 2020. It has about $1.57 million in it, and it's comprised of $783,000 from the 2019 surplus, and then we've received to date $786,000 from the province under the Safe Restart program. Now, this funding will be used for both 2020 and 2021 operating budget impacts from COVID-19. We estimated about $275,000 of money will be needed in 2020, with about $790,000 required in 2021. That will leave us with about $650,000 to offset any. We're obviously we built in a number of assumptions in the community service area. We're definitely not going to be right with all of them, but we do have $650,000 to fall back on for essentially errors and assumptions. Nobody can tell the future. And we're hoping that, that $650,000, a good chunk of that will have remaining for any lingering COVID pandemic issues that could have budget impacts in 2022. The one I'm thinking of off the top of my head could be the interest revenue. Next slide, Dan. So this slide here shows basically the contributions to capital that we have control over. And that's key. These are the amounts that we have control over that are built into our base budget, our base operating budget. So if you go back to 2014, we only had control over about 1.75 million of our contributions to the capital budget. We relied pretty heavily, and you'll see in the next slide, on external sources. An external source would be OSIF, gas tax, and slots money. You can see in 2021, due to the dedicated capital levy, and also building into the operating budget, just the contributions to capital and the equipment and vehicle replacement schedules, we've now built up about 4.1 million. That's a $2.3 million increase since 2014, and that's huge. This helps us, it gives us the funding to continue on with our capital budgets, and also to plan for the future. If you want to go to the next slide, Dan, we'll show the external sources, and you can see here what happens if one of these external sources reduces. And then the big impact here is the reduction in the slots money in 2021. There's from 2020 to 2021, when the budget, there is about a $565,000 reduction in those totals, and $660,000 of that reduction is actually from slots. Now, we're hopefully, when the pandemic's over and the slots facility reopens, the source of funding will increase, but it does show that relying on external sources is not a good method of financial planning for the future. And I do recall going back in the day when we were talking about the dedicated capital levy and introducing it, it wasn't just about replacing roads and bridges. It was also about financial sustainability and no longer, as the mayor had mentioned, no longer relying on handouts from the government. There was some serious concern back in 2014-15 about the slots facility moving to another municipality, and we would lose that source of revenue altogether. That would have cut our capital budget pretty much in half back in 2015 if we were to lose a couple $1 million. Next slide, Dan. So what I try to do every year is I try to provide the items within the budget that changed by or increased or decreased by more than approximately $10,000. So the first slide here shows the items that have increased the budget by 10 grand roughly. And then the next slide actually has the reductions in the budget by about 10 grand. But there's a number of interrelationships here that I'd like to point out. And I'd also like to mention, so everybody understands the scope of the budget, that a 1% change in the budget. So in order to change the budget by 1%, you have to change the budget by $147,600. Okay, so 1% change is $147,600. So I'll point out a couple interrelationships here. I don't know, Dan, if you can actually have your pointer on the screen, but maybe you can. Oh, okay, there we go. So the wages, actually, if you go back, the wages and benefit line, I'll deal with that one first, which is the third one down. The $381,000. So there's a number of components to build this up, and I thought I'd break it down for everyone so that they understand. There are 5 positions that are included, and this is just the tax-supported component. There's 5 positions, and page 45 in the budget provides a very good breakdown and costing of those positions. But the 5 positions are the HR generalist, the parks crew member, the asset management technician, development planner, and the building permit technologist. And the total gross cost of those wages is about $393,000. So that's included in the 381 there. There's also included in that $381,300 a reduction in part-time labor costs and community services of about $153,000 due to COVID and the ECC ice pad replacement. The residual amount, which is about $141,000, is an increase in overall wage costs related to staff grid movement, CPP maximums, which are actually over 9%, about $250, the maximum is going up for 2021. And EI maximum increases, and there's also a 1.5% increase in health benefit costs as well. So the net of all those amounts will get you to the $381,300 increase in wages and benefits. So now what I'll do is, Dan, if you go to the next slide, I'll point out a couple items here that are related to that, related to those positions, because 4 of the positions actually have a revenue increase impact. So the HR generalist, I don't know if you can find that one, Dan, it's the $50,800. Yep. So that is, there's $50,800 built into the budget, which is half of the position cost that will be funded by personage. The next one, the asset management technician, $45,400 is right above it. That is 50% of the cost of the position that will be funded by Mapleton. The development planner, $68,100 of revenue that's there, or increase in revenue. It's estimated that 75% of the cost of the position will result in a revenue increase. So $68,100 is 75% of the overall cost of that position. And then the building permit technologist position that was approved by council back in November, $96,300 of the increase in building division revenue of $121,600. That is due to the building permit technologist position. So the total of all that is of the revenue increases that are related to those 4 positions is about $261,000. And then related to a couple of the positions, the HR generalist and the asset management technician, there's about $19,000 that's included in the 30,400 on that line, increase in general administration cost recovery from the environmental budget. That essentially the environmental budget picks up 20% of those positions' costs. So the net tax supported cost of the 5 positions, and again, it's detailed much more nicely on page 45 in the budget, is $113,465. Okay, so that covers off a number of the items that are on there. They're all very interrelated. So if you go back to the first page, Dan, I'll just touch on a couple other ones quickly. The first one, the reduction in net revenue for the Community Services Department due to COVID-19. This excludes the $119,100 of wage reductions that I mentioned earlier because they're already included in the wages and benefits increase. So if you were to include that in that line item, the reduction in net revenue from community services would be $476,000. The same thinking goes on the 4th line down, the reduction in net revenue for parks and recreation due to replacement of the ECC ice pad. So again, this is kind of a one-time short-term shock to the system. This is where it's a good idea to use stabilization type funds to cover it off, because the thinking is then once the ECC ice pad's replaced, things will return to normal, revenue levels will come back as they were before, and expense levels will level off again. So the $119,500 again excludes $33,800 of wage reductions that are included in that wages and benefits increase. So with those wage reductions included, it'd be $85,700 is the net reduction in revenue for Parks and Rec as a result of ECC ice pad replacement. A couple other items I'll just point out quickly here. The increase in insurance premiums was a big one this year, just short of $100,000 on the tax supported budget. I already mentioned the OMPF grant revenue reduction of about $41,000. The rest of them are kind of minor in nature, and they are touched on each of the pages within the operating budget. So if you go to the next page, Dan, I'll touch on some of the bigger ones here again. So as I mentioned, we had net reduction in revenue due to COVID, and there's impacts due to reduced interest revenue as well. That's what the $790,000 line is there. So we are transferring in $790,000 in 2021 to cover off anticipated short-term reductions in revenue, net revenue, in community services and interest revenue. And right above that, the $85,700, that offsets the net revenue losses that are expected on a short-term basis due to the ECC ice pad replacement. Okay, so once again, a number of items on this list are very interrelated. With a 1.33% increase in the budget, there's not a lot that's really changed there, as you probably noticed as you've gone through your pre-budget review of the operating budget. So the total net increase in the tax rate before assessment growth is $565,854. The assessment growth of 2.33% is about $347,000. So the net increase in the tax rate is $219,312, or 1.49%. So if you want to go on the next slide, Dan. So this slide here, just basically we attempted to show the growth related items that are included in the tax support operating budget. So as I mentioned earlier, staffing strategy implementations, the net impact on the operating budget is $113,500, and we've built into the budget an increase in the contribution to the general capital reserve of $25,000, taken from $850,000 to $875,000. So that total is $138,500, which represents 40% of the growth of $346,500. So what do we do with the other 60%? Essentially, the other 60% of the growth, or $208,000, has been used to reduce the tax levy to the 1.49% increase for the regular levy. Okay, next slide, Dan. Yeah, I'm not getting in great detail on this one. Page 45 in the budget book has all the costs and everything related to it. But this summarizes the 6 positions that are included in the budget. And I mentioned earlier 5. There's 5 in the operating budget and 1 in the environmental budget, which is the 4th item down, the water conservation coordinator. As I mentioned earlier, there's a couple of positions that are shared with Bush Lynch and Mapleton, so the HR generalist and the asset management technician. The parks maintenance crew member, that's basically like a student for 4 months in the summer to assist with growth in parks. And the building permit technologist position was passed by Council back on November 30th. And the development planner, that was the position I mentioned earlier, that there's a 75% of the cost of that position is results in an increase in revenue for the planning department. So next slide, Dan. So this slide here shows how the tax levy is broken down. So you can see that the base levy, the blue piece there, that's the 2020 general tax amount that was levied. The orange item there, the 1.516 million, that is the 2020 dedicated capital levy that was levied in 2020. The $12,241, that is the increase in the dedicated capital levy. Now, this may sound weird because the percentage of workout is a decrease of 0.1%, 0.16% to the overall tax levy. However, there is growth in the dedicated capital levy, which would have been about $35,000. Council essentially directed us not to use that growth, but to cap out at the 2.8 million as we talked about for a number of years with the dedicated capital levy. We would stop the increases at that point. So basically we've used 0.8% growth to cap out at the 2.8 million, as opposed to using the full 2.33% growth on the dedicated capital levy, which would have resulted in an increase of about 35,000, but no change to the overall tax rate. The $346,542 is the 2.33% growth on the regular tax levy, and $219,312, the amount I mentioned a couple slides ago, is equates to the 1.49% increase in the regular tax levy. So we go on the next slide, it probably makes this a little clearer. And then we put into dollars and cents, and what does this actually mean to the average assessed residential property in 2021? As I mentioned earlier, the average assessed residential property for 2021 is $381,000. So it means a $17 increase in the regular tax levy, which is the 1.49%. It's actually a $2 decrease in the dedicated capital levy that resident would be assessed. And that's the negative 0.16%. So you get an overall township tax levy of $1,241. It's a 1.33% increase, or a $15 increase. One thing to note, I mentioned 1% change in the tax rate is at $147,600. A 1% change in the tax rate is $11.10 on the township's portion of the tax levy. So the county piece is there. As I mentioned before, they were at 2.5% in early to mid-December. That equates to $58 increase on the county portion of the tax bill, which would be at $2,379. The education tax levy is 0% once again. They're $577. That would give a total taxation levy of $4,197, which is the sum of the township amount, the county amount, and the education amount. And that blended rate increase is 1.76%. Next slide, Dan. So this slide here, I don't want to dwell a lot on the 3 operating forecasts. It's more included for information purposes. It's pages 111 to 129 in the budget book, but this is just a snapshot of the last page. As you can see, we've got the 2021 budget, 1.33%. 2022 forecast, 2023 forecast, so they're at 3.43% and 2.8% respectively. And this includes assumptions, including some of the major ones, the operating inflation of 2%, per year, capital inflation of 3% per year. We've also built into the model the staffing strategy that's in the budget book. And we estimated or built in cost of living adjustment increases for staff of 1.5% for 2022 and 2023. As council is likely aware, there is no agreement in place right now with staff. The current agreement of 0% was just for 1 year. That takes us to the end of 2021. So I know that certain staff will be working on negotiations and so forth, probably starting soon to come up with a longer term agreement with the association. So that's just some of the assumptions built in here. You also see the dedicated capital levy percent decrease line there. We've got 0% in 2022 and 2023. In this 3-year forecast, we modeled in that growth in the dedicated capital levy will increase. So that essentially means we will go above the 2.8 million. But again, that is a decision of council that we discussed at 2022 pre-budget meetings. Okay, next slide. So the next few slides, I'm almost done here, are the draft capital budget slides. So we discussed all the capital budget, essentially finalized it back in December, but here's some high level information on it. So the total capital budget is 15.12 million, and it's comprised of tax supported budget of about 10.1 million. Again, the user pay or environmental budget of just over 5 million. Dan, next slide, please. So the 2021 capital budget. So this is how is it funded? And this slide or this pie chart can change significantly from year to year, depending on whether there are significant developer partner contributions or a significant subsidy that we're planning on getting. An example that would have been the connecting link money that we got years ago for the St. David Street Bridge. So it's more just for information purposes. If you want to go to the next slide, Dan. The gross expenditures for the capital budget. So this is where, in what departments or what areas is the money being spent. This is typically fairly consistent from year to year, but one big change that's happening this year is the ECC ice pad replacement is very significant, and it's resulted in a reduction in the kind of transportation or the purple piece of the graph, and an increase in the pie portion for parks and recreation. Next slide. Use of internal reserves. Again, this actually is fairly consistent from year to year. Although this year we do see a reduction in the OLG money that's used to fund the budget. In 2020, it made up 16% of the funding for the capital budget. This year, it's at 6%. Next slide. Yep. So this just shows the history of the dedicated capital levy and the OSIF money combined. So as you can see, we cap out at the 2.8 million in 2021. We're just shy of it in 2020. And you can see how it started from small amounts in 2015 and then grew from there through the compounding of the dedicated capital levy. And then the final slide I have, you go to the next one, Dan, is just a comparison of the various areas of the capital budget to the 5-year average. So as you expect with the ECC ice pad replacement, Parks and Rec is above its average at 30%, and its average is usually 17. And it's mainly at the expense of the transportation, public works area that typically averages 68%, and this year's budget is about 60% of it. So I'll turn it back over to Dan to finish off the presentation.
Thanks, Mark. Just a few additional slides on debt. This chart shows a layering of existing debt as well as proposed new debt over the 10-year forecast. You can see from this slide that debt for 2021 to 2022 is approaching $3.1 million in terms of annual payments. You can see it starts to dip down to 2025, but once we get to 2025, 2026, it's when the proposed work is being done on the Fergus wastewater treatment plant, So you can see that dark reddish brown color representing new debt in relation to the expansion to the Fergus wastewater treatment plant, bringing total debt payments up to about $4.6 million annually. This is a comparison of current and projected debt in relationship to the debt capacity imposed on municipalities from the province. The province basically has a limit of debt payments cannot exceed 25% of revenues of a municipality, and it's calculated each year as part of our reporting requirements with the province. We're currently at approximately 7.2% of revenues in relationship to the 25% cap. We're well below that. And you can see how that is anticipated to fluctuate over the next 10 years. Peaks a little bit in 2024 at 8.1% and then comes back down to 5.7% before we start incurring debt on the Fergus wastewater treatment plant, which brings us up to a peak of 9.4% before starting to come back down from there. So you can see even with the proposed debt over the 10-year forecast, we're well within our limits from a provincial debt capacity perspective. And one more new slide for this year. This is showing how our debt payments are being funded. What I want to point out here is the red at the bottom from 2020 to 2025 represents tax supported debt. So this is basically showing by 2025, tax supported debt disappears. Water wastewater rate supported debt is shown in purple, and by 2025, that disappears. So 2026 going forward, right now we are anticipating all debt starting in 2026 moving forward will either be paid for through development charges for growth related initiatives or OLG funds, which is just the phase one servicing of the employment lands on Dixon Drive. So you can see our strategy from a staff perspective is to focus on where we're incurring debt, try to focus in on the key recommendations coming out of master plans, coming out of the corporate strategic plan, and really be mindful of where that debt is being funded. So you can see all future proposed debt at this point is either development charges or OLG funded. So that concludes our high-level presentation of the 2021 draft budget. I'll turn the floor back over to Mayor Linton.
Thanks very much, Dan and Andy and Mark. Very thorough presentation for us. I know a lot of work went into that, and it's good to get that context for our budget. So thanks very much, and pass on your thanks to all the staff that were part of this. It's a lot of work to pull together a budget like that, and you guys have done a great job as always. We're going to take a little bit of a break and when we get back, we're going to open up our budget books, and we're going to take questions by department. And Mark and Dan are going to walk us through that. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we will get back at it here. So come back at 11:40. Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll get back at it here. It's 11:42. We are going to be breaking for lunch around 12:30. Sorry that we can't all be together for that, but we are going to break for lunch at 12:30, and we'll take half an hour and get back at it at 1 o'clock. We've had, let's make sure I have everybody here. Yeah, I'm seeing everybody here, so that's good. We've had the budget book out for a couple weeks now. I think Annie's gone through the pre-budget meetings that we've done to date. Council direction has been clear. Staff have exceeded council's direction. Came up with a very serious budget for us to be talking about today. And so we're at this point now, we're going to let Dan and Mark walk us through taking questions. So we're going to be using the budget book right now. We're going to be going department by department. And so I'll turn it back over. Dan, do I turn it to you or turn it to Mark and go department by department and ask for questions?
I think we can go straight to Mark.
Okay, we'll go straight to Mark then. And so Mark, we'll start, we'll turn it over to you again.
Okay. So I'm going to refer to page numbers at the bottom of the actual budget book, not the agenda package page numbers. So let's start basically on page 49. So if everybody can get to that page. All right. So while everybody's looking for that page, I'll reiterate a couple of important numbers here that I mentioned during the presentation. So 1% change in the tax rate is 147,600, and a 1% change in the tax rate is $11.10 on an average assessed property of $381,000. Should also mention, reiterate, page 45 has all the staffing strategy costing breakdown. I've gone over some of that in the presentation, but all the positions are noted on each of the individual pages to which they relate to within the operating and user pay budgets. Is everybody good to go at page 49? So what you're looking at here is the administration area. So as Mayor Linton suggested, we'll go through these by essentially the 6 different kind of departments that are within the operating budget. So that being administration, corporate services, infrastructure services, community services, planning and development, and then there's an other section as well. So thought was that we just open the floor to any questions that are on the 4 divisions that are included within administration, which are Mayor and Council, Youth Council, Office of the CAO, HR and Communications, and the Emergency Operations Center.
Councillor Kittrus?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I was wondering whether we could talk about the things that we didn't discuss in the last meetings first, before we go page by page, because we've already gone page by page. So there were 2 things which were, and we've had a presentation already, which was the staffing and the OLG in the presentations and in the report. It said that we hadn't discussed those things. And then we got a asset management overview, which talks about shortfall. So I'm just wondering whether we could talk about those things first, rather than go from page by page, which we've already done.
Yeah, so just to confirm here, anything that you want to talk about is on the table. We'll just be categorizing it by department. So anything that's within the pages of that department are in the budget book already. So nothing is out of scope based on by the department. So we're not going to be going page by page, because you're right, we have gone through the detail already. We're just pulling together the questions that council has department by department. So anything that you have in those section that Mark has referred to, that's within the scope of our discussion right now. So hopefully that helps. Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Kelly. on the very first, the mayor and council administration page, you refer to $2,000 reduction based upon less education conferences. And I just recently scheduled myself for the ECDEV conference this year, for instance. I'm saving over $1,000 just for myself. So I think 2,000 is way too small. I think that with hotels and travel and meals, I don't know how many people are planning and usually go to OGRA, but I think that $2,000 is, and I see that $2,000 repeated a number of other places throughout the budget book. So I would suggest that it should be higher than $2,000 per department. And it would make a big difference in the bottom line. Well, it would make a difference in the bottom line.
Sure, through you, Marilyn. And yes, you are correct, Councillor McElwain. Pretty much every department you will see a reduction of 1,000. I think it might go up to 3,000 or 4,000 in a couple of departments. The one concern with reducing those too far is that you potentially to get them back into the base budget again in 2022 or when the pandemic's over, if remote video conferences are not the new norm, it could lead to a big spike in the tax rate in the future. So just one piece to consider in that.
I also just wanted to add to that, Mark. This line item has been reduced since 2015, basically every year. So we have been reducing it based on actual numbers. And so because of the uncertainty, and hopefully we can get in some live conferences and seminars in the tail end of 2021, we didn't want to shortchange the councilors' opportunities to get some conferences and education in. This has been a line item that we've talked about every council, and it's typically been some pushback on cutting too much out of this. So without knowing exactly what's going to happen in 2021, we kind of felt like this was a safe bet, and not to take out too much and then have to re-put it back in 2022 like Mark suggested. Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to agree with Councillor McElwain that this is not enough money, and it would help the bottom line. And it seems odd that you would keep it at a high rate when you know you're not going to be using it. That just sort of seems odd. I understand that when you want to put it back into the budget, you have to allocate that, but that just means that you have to be fiscally, like conservative about what you're doing. So I think that should be closer to $5,000 reduced, and I think that the other ones should probably double. And I think that that's a valid reduction because we're not going to be using those.
Anything else from council?
Are there any questions on the other 3 divisions that are within administration?
Councillor Kittrus?
On the youth council, do we have a reserve? Because we budgeted 10,800 last year, but we kind of only used 3,044.
Yes, there is no reserve. The thought, of course, when the 2020 budget was developed, we were hoping, and 2020 was the first year, we were hoping there'd be a surplus there to create a reserve. Unfortunately, not much happened with the youth council, other than I think the majority of the money spent there was on a strategic plan for the council. Yeah, so essentially that $3,000 that's showing there right now under the actual, and it could be higher than that. I don't know if there are any costs that came in December. Essentially, that will be covered off as part of the surplus for the township at the end of the year. And it'll find its way in the general capital reserve with determination by council as to what to do with it from there. So no, there is no reserve to cover it off. The hope is if 2021 goes as is budgeted there, you know, that would be the start of a reserve for the surplus.
Councilor Kittrus, follow on.
Thank you, Mayor. It would seem reasonable that since we only use 3,044, I mean, there might be some additional things, but we haven't had the youth council to reduce that also. I mean, you're saying we know that we're going to be in COVID. We have like the theater scheduled not to be open till July. We have so why wouldn't we just allocate like less money there? Because you've already saved money. And I would suggest maybe, you know, like take $4,000 off that, have $6,000.
Dan?
Thanks, Mayor Linton. I just want to point out that the youth council budget has no impact on taxation. You'll see it's funded from youth council revenue, which is a golf tournament that's proposed every year. So increasing or decreasing the youth council budget doesn't really impact taxation because we assume the entire budget is funded through that revenue through the golf tournament.
Okay, Mark?
Okay, move on to corporate services then, which is page 54, and I'll give you the pages. It takes you from page 54 to page 62. So it encompasses legislative services, financial services, IT, general administration, bylaw enforcement, stray animal control, livestock act, and tile drain loans.
Councilor Kittrus?
I'd like to go back to page 52, and I would like to know, like we're increasing a human resource person, and why we're doing that, considering our situation right now.
I'll let Andy speak to that.
Yeah, so this position is part of a shared service. We're working with the Township of Pushlange. So what we are doing is we were looking at bringing on a part-time position to address the issues of recruitment, employee relations, disability management, health and safety, legislative changes. There's been a number of legislative changes within the provincial and federal acts that we need to be addressing in 221 and 222. So in working with Pushlange, they were also looking, they do not have an HR position at this Township of Pushlange. So we've been working with them whereby we will bring on a full-time position. They will pay for half of that position, but we would provide them HR services, not just this position. They would have access to our HR division to be able to assist them as a shared resource in order to be effective and efficient. We're needing more staffing in the HR to meet our needs, and this is a way to bring on with the shared services of Pushlange that we're not putting all those costs on the township. They will be shared at 50-50 with Township of Pushlange.
So I just wanted to give a little bit of more information to that Andy just mentioned. So this is something that came out of our KPMG study that was done across the county. So Centre Wellington has been pretty innovative. We now, with these two positions, including this HR generalist, that if it's approved by council, we'd share with Push Lynch. We have 5 positions that are shared with other municipalities. This is pretty innovative when it comes to municipalities. So we have the one HR generalist that we were just talking about now. We have the asset management technician. And then we already have the fire training services officer, the source water risk official, and then the risk inspector that reports underneath that. So, and all those positions report into Centre Wellington, but are shared in cost with the other municipalities across the county. So it demonstrates that we're trying to do as much as we can with single resources and share resources across the table, instead of just duplicating the same sort of activity and same sort of position across the different counties. So I did want to point that out because it is something that's kind of innovative that Centre Wellington is part of right now. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. My question also is in regards to page 52. What's the source of the revenue down on the for the office of the CAO, the 50,008? Where's that revenue coming from?
Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Thanks. Through Mayor Linton, that is 50% of the HR position. So it's funding coming from the Township of Puslynch. We have the full position costing shown in salaries and wages, and then we are offsetting it by the 50% revenue.
Follow on, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Will the position, will the person's day-to-day duties, will they be domiciled at City Hall in Elora, or will they have to travel between the two townships?
The position will possibly travel down to Pushlands on an as-needs basis, but will be mainly housed out of the township. A lot of this can be done electronically through Zoom meetings, as well as electronic through emails and phone calls and stuff. So, but there may be some needs to travel down to Bushlands on an as-need basis.
Councillor Kittredge?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is for Andy because this is his department. I'm just wondering, but since there was also a discussion about all the positions that we kind of shared and stuff like that, is there a staff recommendation plan that involves certain, like, is there one in the municipality? Like, what? So how do we determine we need these positions?
Yeah, Andy, if you go through that'd be great.
Sure. With all positions that you've seen, and Councillor Kitchers, you've asked this question each time at the budget, and we've explained the process that we go through. The department heads take a look at their current reviews of gaps in our services or programs, anticipated gaps based on the workload, and we review that annually through the budget process. We look at increases services required to meet our growth needs for maintenance, for sidewalks, parks. It's also reviewed in regards to, we have allocations coming forward through DCs for additional vehicles to be able to support those new operations. Are we meeting and planning for meeting our regulated requirements and timeframes? A previous discussion I had with council. A number of complaints that we've received by residents and councillors that are not getting addressed in a timely fashion. Are the new regulations coming down, as I spoke about with regards to provincial and federal regulations with regard to HR requirements, health and safety, projects that we're not getting to, how much are we getting behind in the work that is asked of by council? And a lot of that has to do with regards to our strategic plan and our master plans. Are there other options to provide the services? So things like consultants, contracting out, shared services. So we're taking a look at that. We also take a look on an annual basis of our overtime requirements put in by our staff. And I will state to you very clearly that we do have documented overtime where staff are being paid for their overtime for the work, but in many cases, we have undocumented overtime putting in by our management staff and our staffing that do not book overtime, that are sitting in the offices doing their work and getting things done during evenings or on weekends to ensure that they're getting the work done. And that does cause burnout by putting that burden on those staff over and over. Senior team do look at the department heads, and the senior team look at what's coming up in the next year from our strategic plan. What actions are council looking to have us incorporate for next year and 2022? Again, we look at whether that's resourced from consultants, what are the funding for development charges or taxation. So similar to a lot of the questions previously. Then we also look at with our staff team, looking at all the recommendations coming out of all our master plans that council has approved. And those are where we receive our direction from council of looking at those recommendations. As council knows, we have our long-term water supply, transportation master plan, parks and recreation culture master plan, our culture master plan, our development charges study. So we look at all those various recommendations and the workloads coming out of those and seeing what resourcing we have to ensure that we can keep on track with those recommendations. What's coming up in approvals, requirements, and changes in legislation coming from provincial with regards to water, wastewater, parks and recreation, MTO, all of those situations. What are some of the things that the GRCA is looking for in some of the partner organizations, including the county, and our work with economic development with them? Are there building and facility programs coming forward that need additional identified capital projects that we're needing to ensure that we can house? And part of that is not just all the capital programs, but through corporate services, what are the support systems that we need to put in place from IT, purchasing, risk management? Then based on the identified needs, we review when staffing is required, the time of year, when do these needs be put in place? What's different here from a private sector versus full public sector is how we budget for those and how we bring revenue in from the various different sources. We look at the hiring, the cost for those. We do have look at preliminary job descriptions. We do have third-party HR review through our consultants to that look through and manage our employment strategy with regards to their grid levels, which council has approved through our job evaluation and market evaluation. So each position is put through those rigors. And we do speak to that consultant who has an overall view of throughout the province of what levels of service and levels of staffing resourcing those various municipalities. HR provides assistance with our department heads to look at job descriptions and evaluating through with our third party for the pay salary. And those are all fit into the existing approved pay grid by council. What's also important is that we do evaluate and look at comparisons of other municipalities. As you know, we have our various number of comparison municipalities that we go through each year for not just staffing, but other resources. And I can tell you when we look at our staffing levels compared to similar sized municipalities, we are very light, we are very lean. For example, just looking at comparisons of our comparator municipalities that we look at, we have a substantial amount of, when you average those through, Centre Wellington is low in the whole total number of staffing, and in particular, some of the areas with regards to that we're looking at increasing over the next couple of years in planning, in human resources, in some of our support services, as well as some of the positions we were just recently being approved in the 2020 with regard to water and wastewater. So we do go through that entire process for each and every one of the positions, and that's how we bring forward the staffing strategy to council each year. It's not a verbatim that we plan for a position in 2022 that will come forward, As we prepare the 2022 budget, we will be reviewing all those projected staffing components for our future, and whether some of them can be delayed, whether some are needing to come forward more early. But that is a very formal process that we do go through each year in presenting our staffing strategy to council.
Any other questions, comments from members of council? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andy, CAO, for that explanation. I just have a question. Is this a policy process that is in a package that councillors can see?
It is not a written policy. It is a process that we go through annually every year through the budget process with staff.
Any other comments, questions from council on this section? Okay, Mark, take us to the next section, please.
Okay, so corporate services again is pages 54 to 62. Are there any questions on those divisions?
Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Page 59, Mark. Bylaw enforcement revenue is, the 2020 actual was just $1,000. And the cost of the officers $100,000. Can you help me understand why revenue is almost zero? Why is it that low?
I can take a stab at this, and then some that maybe actually Carrie can maybe add to it. But there's only a certain, as I understand, there's only a certain number of bylaws that our officers actually able to levy fines on at this point in time. So that $2,000 is just, as it's mentioned there in the note 1, it's just a small provision for fines in 2021. Carrie, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
So if I'm understanding, Mark, we have a bylaw enforcement officer that doesn't issue any fines.
Sorry, Carrie, do you want to add to that? Because that's not what I heard in the answer. Carrie?
Yes, through you, Mayor Linton, I would just like to remind council that it has been council's position from the very beginning that voluntary compliance is the, and customer service is the main focus of the bylaw enforcement officer, and it is not to lay fines. That has been our approach from the very beginning and continues to be. We've also just recently gotten bylaws in the last year with set fines, but again, has been council's position to us that voluntary compliance is of the utmost importance, not laying fines.
I also did just want to remind council that that's the reason that we have been going through our bylaws one by one to make sure they're more enforceable, because that has been the issue. Bylaws haven't been written in a way that make them enforceable. So that's why we have Paul Dre working with us in a lot of these bylaws to make sure they're enforceable, set the fines. And so that's been a process that's taken a number of years, and it continues. Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I have had several residents call and need the services of the bylaw officer to mediate disputes. I've gotten them involved, and I'm happy to say that the residents involved in those disputes, the dispute went away because of the fact that the bylaw officer got involved. So that to me is one of his biggest jobs, is that he helps residents get along without having to incur financial hardship.
Anything else from council on this section? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions on almost every page of this section, so it might take a little bit of time. But on the first page, on page 55, I was wondering if Carrie could answer. I remember that we were, in the first year, we were discussing the aligning of the boundaries, because it talks about election here, aligning of the boundaries in Ward 5 with the county and the municipality. And I'm just wondering if anything has been done with the county and us to realign those boundaries.
Sorry, just before I pass it off to staff, I just want to remind councillors that this isn't an education session for council to get questions on every single operation we do and go line by line. We really are trying to make decisions on budget here. So I'm not going to let staff answer questions related to the status of every operational project that we have on the books. This is about this is the tail end of a budget process that has gone on for 7 months now. And we really are here to answer some key questions and make some decisions. So I'm cautioning council not to get into too much operational detail here because we've had 7 months to do this. Is there anything that, based on that question that came from Councillor Kittredge, Carrie, that you think that you'd like to answer at this point?
Through you, Mayor Linton, any boundary matters would have had to been started at the very beginning of the term of council in order to get through. We have not. We will, at this point, we probably will not be reviewing that until after the following election.
Any other questions, comments from council on this section? Councillor Kittredge?
Thank you, Mayor. On page 58, I noticed that all the other sections, they don't have this retiree benefits. And I was wondering if there is something different in the corporate services that requires the retiree benefits line.
Yeah, I think, Mark, that's general administration. It covers the entire corporation, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Okay, the next section is infrastructure services. It covers pages 63 to 70, and it basically takes into account transportation services, the 2 downtown areas, crossing guards, and cemeteries.
Questions, comments from council in that section? Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. Just related to page 69, crossing guards. Has consideration been given to crossing guard for the Salem Public School, or does the traffic flow in that area not justify having one?
Colin, you want to handle that one?
Thanks, Mayor Linton. Thank you, Councillor McCray, for the question. It is something that we're looking at. As I've mentioned previously, crossing guard, there is a warrant in the Ontario Traffic Manual for crossing guards. So we will be reviewing that. So we've had a couple of requests from residents in that area, as well as the school itself. And so we are going to be reviewing that. It does involve getting up-to-date traffic information, which we'll be obtaining in the spring, and also pedestrian counts too. So kids from grade 6 and under crossing at that location. So we'll update our information. It's a bit dated right now. So we're in the process of getting some new data, and we'll evaluate the need for a crossing guard at that location once we have that information.
I just wanted to add a little bit to that, Colin. The county is moving ahead on a transportation master plan of its own. And this includes looking at the feasibility, costs and benefits of community safety zones across the county and try to be consistent across the county when it comes to using community safety zones. So that is something else. I know what stretch that you're talking about, Councillor McCray. That is one of the types of areas that the county will be looking at getting some local input on, just to make sure that we are consistent across the board with some of the challenges that we're having and making sure people can cross roads safely. So I just wanted to throw that in. That is underway, and I'll make sure that I provide updates to this council on where the county is going with that master plan. Councillor McCray.
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. I was wondering, related to the county's transportation plan, do you have any updates on their looking into photo radar, possibly at some of our school sites?
Yeah, that's in the wings for sure. The first step in moving to photo radar is looking at community safety zones, because you can't put in radar until you designate community safety zones. So we have to look at it in a step process. So that's the first step, is look at community safety zones and how it makes sense. The second part of the process is to look at photo radar. There's a lot of things that go in behind the scenes. It's not just about throwing up a camera and you're good to go. There's administrative processes that go in behind. So that has to involve the police services board at the county level, the transportation standing committee, as well as direct involvement by the OPP and Inspector Richardson. So that's very much in the works. And one of the reasons that we're looking into the community safety zones first, though. Councillor McElwain.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question about the Elora downtown maintenance. I understand why the cost is going up, but my question is, does this include the removal of everything at the end of Sunday evening after the streets have been closed? Because I know this year the township put the signage out, but the business owners had to clean it all up at the end of Sunday evening. So I'm just wondering, is that changing this year?
Colin, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, I can maybe chime in, and then if Rob can add as well. He's more directly involved in those conversations with the BIA. It was staff removing the barricades and installing them initially in Ferguson and Elora for the weekends, for the weekend closures for the pedestrian space in the downtown, which was fantastic. The BIAs did offer to take that over in the second part of the summer, and but at the end of that, they have suggested that they'd like us to take on those responsibilities again for the closures coming up in 2021. And so that operational change has been factored into the budget, and maybe Rob, I'll let you add to that if I've missed anything.
Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Linton. Yeah, Colin, you pretty much answered that concern, but yeah, we were coming in Sunday nights at, I think it was around 9 p.m. to take all the barricades down, and staff were starting to, it's getting a little late on a Sunday night to come in at 9 p.m. It takes them a couple hours to remove everything. So we did extend some help, or ask for some help from the BIA to help. We'll set it up, because I think the setup is more important than the takedown. And the BIAs did offer to do the removal for us. So we'll have to relook at that come springtime again, because I'm sure they'll want the same things for 2021.
Thanks, Colin. Thanks, Rob. And I just wanted to thank you, Rob, and your team. Thank Dorothy and Pat and all the folks that worked with the BIA. This was a really difficult year for a lot of businesses downtown, and I've heard nothing but positives about how the whole Centre Wellington team was able to work with them and get things done in hours that usually would take days and weeks to get done. So thanks for all the work and the support that you've given our downtowns. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Kittredge.
Thank you, Mayor. concerning the BIA, will the new policy that you're developing allow for sidewalk cafes that have a roof? Because I had some people concerned about that and wanting to have that. So I was just wondering if that's part of that policy that you're going to come up with.
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Andy for a sec, but I think it's a building code issue. It's not related to bylaws. It's not related to street closures. I mean, as far as street closures go, I'll be supporting from a county perspective street closures for sure. Next summer and every summer, I thought that was really great, and it gave the downtown a really great feel. But I think we're running into building code issues. But I'll let Andy speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor Linton, through you. Yes, there are specific building code requirements with regards to separations from existing buildings, from snow load. So as soon as someone puts up a roof structure, they need to meet building code requirements. And so that is part of the challenge with the allowing them all along close to on the sidewalks adjacent to existing buildings. So we will be ensuring our building department and our patio bylaw or patio procedures will ensure that we follow all building code requirements.
Any other questions, comments related to this section? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm referring to page 75, the sportsplex. I see that revenue fell from $1,700,000 to $600,000. That's $1.1 million in revenue. Yet the operating costs for the sportsplex fell by just not even $200,000. I would have expected to see a much larger reduction in operating costs, given that our revenue fell that much. We only did about 40% of the business we expected to, but we spent almost the whole budget on operating costs. Can you help me understand the discrepancy there, Dan or Mark?
Yeah, they can help you with that for sure, but not yet. We're still on another section. Anybody with the section that we're on right now? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. Page 65, the ditching and the grading for rural roads has been reduced, and I'm just wondering why that is, when that is not that's continuously needs to be done, and there's many projects that need to be done on that. I mean, even in the industrial area, which is in town. So I'm just wondering why that has been reduced.
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Colin for this. It could be something about availability of revenue, but Colin?
Yeah, I think I'll let Rob weigh in on that one. I believe for the ditching operations, we're going about it a slightly different way, using some rental equipment and using our own staff with the skills to operate that equipment. But maybe I'll hand it over to Rob to provide some additional detail.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor Linton. Yeah, with the ditching, we found a company that has a rather large attachment for a tractor, and he can do several kilometers a day versus using a excavator with a ditching bucket on it. So we tried him this year, and we were able to get a lot more done for a lot less money. So it kind of made sense that we could take a little bit of money out of that ditching program and get more ditching, more kilometers done with less money.
Thanks for that, Rob. Just a suggestion for our senior team. When we have stories like that, let's just make sure that we pull them up to make sure the council is aware of the things that our staff do every day to try to find efficiencies and make their operations more effective, because it's good to hear that kind of stuff, and we really appreciate staff when they find better ways of doing things. Any other questions on this side? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Rob. I didn't realize that so we're contracting out now the ditching. Is that how we made the savings?
Yes, we hired a private contractor to come in and perform that ditching for us. Yes.
Anything else on this section? Okay, well, it's a good, Councillor McWayne, last comment before lunch.
Thank you. I just about missed my other comment. It kind of follows on to Rob's recent discussion about contracting out. On page, I know I have to find it again. The page discussing the snow clearing in public or in municipal lots. This year we're not contracting it out, and it's costing more because we're not contracting it out. Where is that offset? Because someplace there's must have been an expense there before that, or is it just costing us more to do it than it was contracting it out? Is it an additional expense this year?
Colin, do you want me to hand that to Rob right away? Or do you have something to say for?
I think Mark has the big picture on that one as well. So
Okay.
if Mark wants to answer.
Mark?
Yeah, what you find in the Parks and Recreation section on the ECC, there's actually some substantial cost savings there for snow clearing. And this isn't really an additional cost. What it really is a reallocation of labor applied that could have been on one of those other cost centers like snowplow. So we know what the total labor pool is roughly going to be for public works for the year. And it's just a matter of taking that total and sprinkling it out to these cost centers to where it makes sense. Okay, so there really isn't an additional cost. We're doing it with the existing forces that we already have in the base budget. Where the savings is, we no longer have the contract, we no longer have to pay the contractor.
Okay, I assumed that, but I couldn't find where the savings were, so that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, it's on the ECC page.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it's 12:30 right now. We'll take half an hour, get back at it at 1 o'clock. So have a nice lunch, and you can stay on Zoom and eat with us if you want. Otherwise, you might want to take a break from us anyway. See you at 1. Okay, I hope everybody had a good lunch. It's 1 o'clock and we'll get back at it here. We're at the community services tab right now, and I'll turn it back over to Mark.
All right, thank you, Mayor Linton. So community services covers page 71 to 92 in the budget book. And if everybody goes to page 71, you can see the big list of items there. But it's basically fire, parks and recreation, the downtown beautification, senior center, waste scale building, public washrooms and Laura, the theater, tourism, celebrations, and then the community group, community grants. Any questions on pages 71 to 92?
Councillor McCray.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I have two questions. The first one is, given the fact our concession areas within both sportsplexes are going to be closed for the foreseeable future, is now a good time to consider whether or not we should continue these concession areas, given the fact we have so many fast food areas showing up in Fergus and Elora. People typically arrive with their coffees and whatever for the games or to watch their kids, and I'm wondering, is this an expense area that we could maybe do away with?
Yeah, Matt, you want to talk to that, and Andy can
Yeah,
fill
sure.
in anything you don't get to.
Yeah, no problem. Great question. Yeah, that's something we've looked at. That's why we've shut down the operations for 2021, so we can reassess our operations and sort of look forward to 2022 on best solution moving forward for our customers and the community.
I know over the years, Matt, staff have tried a lot of different ways of changing the menu, doing different things, and trying to make as much revenue for these concession stands as possible. But it is a good process to go through. Andy, do you have anything to add to that?
Just to Matt's point, so I know Pat and Matt have been reaching out to some of the other facilities around the area to see what they're doing. We're seeing a bit of a trend that a number of them are looking at closing or proposing to close and putting in more vending machines to support that operation. So that's something I know Matt and Pat will be, as Matt says, looking at in 2021 for 2022 year.
Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mary Lynn. My other question is, given local community interest in doing away with single-use plastics, and if we are considering going more to vending machines, could we look at maybe doing away with single-use plastic in the vending machines and sticking more to glass bottles? You know, again, given the fact that probably the vending machines are shut down during COVID, is this something else we could consider for the future?
Through you, Mayor Linton, that's going to be part of the process that we're going to take a look into. We'll probably look at some vending machines, and we're going to look at different options with the single bottle use as well through our decisions.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, but first, just a brief comment on the vending machine issue. I'm not sure. I agree with my good friend, Councillor McCray. I'm picturing a Mohawk game in the Allura Arena in the future where our concessions are closed. That doesn't make any sense to me at a Mohawk game, at least, or any future junior hockey we may have. Those concessions need to be open during major events. Nevertheless, I take your point, Ian, about single-use plastics. That's a good point to raise, and I do have to agree with it. My question, Mayor, really is, I've asked it already. I apologize to the committee. I jumped ahead a few pages, but it's a 300-page document here. My question is regarding Sportsplex revenue. It's fallen $1.1 million from 1.7 down to 600K. That's a reduction of revenue of over just about $1.1 million. And yet the Sportsplex operating costs have fallen from 770 to 580. So a reduction of just $200,000. I'd like to get some clarity on why we didn't see a bigger reduction in operating costs, given that we did less than half the business we expected to do.
So I'll let Mark start with that, and if Matt, if you have to follow up with a few details, that'll be a good process. Mark?
Yeah, I have a feeling the answer to this question might be a number of people mentioning some points. So I'll start off anyways. And one point I should have probably mentioned in my my presentation is, and it is noted in the binder, but the 2020 actuals obviously are not done. This binder was released before Christmas on the 21st. And the actuals are, I believe, are as of December 17th. And so you're missing a ton of year-end adjustments. We got all our finance staff right now today that are not included in this budget are working on year-end adjustments. And the other thing too, our revenue amounts that come into the community services budgets, a lot of times they're just imported once a month because the majority of that revenue goes through the ActiveNet system. So that import, obviously for December, it was not done until, I think it's being done today probably. If not today, it'll be done tomorrow. So you're missing a whole month of revenue there as well. The other point too I'd mention is that I believe, Councillor Foster, you're just talking about the Sportsplex page. Is that the case?
Well, that's,
I think the numbers.
Mark, I did ask the question based on the Sportsplex page, yes,
Yep.
but there's a similar pattern in the ECC as well.
Yeah, the ECC actually we're doing better than the budget for 2020, and the administration page too, page 74, we're also doing better than the budget as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, given the strangeness of this COVID year, you can't just look at one facility in isolation. Community services has a lot of labor applied that was redeployed from one cost center to another. So you almost need to, if you're going to look at the actuals, which again, I wouldn't put a lot of faith in the actuals yet because they're not done. You need to look at all the departments within community services because they share staff between them with the hourly staff. So with people that normally might put a little bit of time towards a senior center with it being shut down, they may have been redeployed to do extra cleaning at, say, the Sportsplex. I don't know, Matt, if you have anything to add to that, or Dan at this point. But I think my main point is you can't look at one of these cost centers in isolation, especially in this year with COVID.
Matt, or
Yeah,
Dan,
no.
anything to add?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yes, sorry about that, Marilyn. No, definitely there's been a lot of reduced capacities due to provincial restrictions. And also there's been a lot of additional cleaning that's been required through the health unit while we're operating. And we have to remember too that, you know, we're still operating all our pool equipment and chemicals to run our pool, as well as running our compressors for our 3 ice pads as well. So there is a lot involved in that as well. You know, and as Mark said, you know, this past year we did have basically all our facility staff, when we were closed, they were out in the park, so they were redeployed. So it definitely, COVID has thrown some curveballs at us for sure.
Can the clerk turn my video on?
No, we don't have that power. We'd love that power, but we can't. You're having a hard time with your video? It's not on our side.
It says the host has stopped the video.
Oh. Well, we'll give us a minute. Well, there you are. What happened?
Well, that's because I was turned off by the host.
Okay. You're on now. Any other questions about this section? Councillor McLean?
Thanks, Mayor. Just curiosity questions as much as anything. If I look at the fire page, for instance, the revenue in 2020 was $40,000 more than budget. On one page, and the revenue on the training officers side was down a little over $40,000. Is there a relationship there, or how do we explain that?
Mark?
No, there actually is not a relationship there. I'll deal with the community service and municipal FD training officer page first, which is page 73. Again, that's a year-end adjustment. So what you'll eventually see when this budget book is finalized with actuals, you'll see a zero amount at the bottom of that page because we haven't sent out the bill for the fourth quarter to the county yet because we haven't got all the costs in yet. So when we have all those costs, we'll send a bill to the county. That usually will happen near the end of January or early February. Okay, does that answer that piece of it? So the increase on the fire page is fire permit. Fire permits were through the roof this past year, and I assume that's because people were just staying at home and nothing else to do, so they got a fire pit or a fire permit and had a backyard fire, right?
Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. Page 74. I'd like to understand, and because with the first COVID, I wanted to know how long facilities were closed down, and whether they were kept on the payroll. And now that we're going into the second COVID, there is some indications that it could happen, could last till July, because it's given with the theater. So I'm just wondering why the payroll, Parks and Rec and Culture is actually gone up.
Okay, so I'll hand that over to Andy to talk about our overall staffing process.
Thanks, Mayor Linton. The facilities closed at the end of March, or mid to end of March. And then we're closed. All of our open space parks remained open. So we did redeploy a number of staff into the parks. As you know, we had a lot of increases in trail use and sports fields and getting outdoors. So we redeployed a number of staff to the outdoors. We also did a number of maintenance requirements in the building through the capital program and through various repairs and maintenance. Then the pool did reopen in in August. If council recalls, we brought a report to the council to reopen at a substantial revenue loss, given that it was still important to provide a facility for swimming for the community. And then the arenas were planned to reopen in September. That was delayed due to the sports groups still having to meet their requirements for their provincial regulations. And so I believe it was October 5th was the date that we reopened. That's been going very successfully. And then that just closed down just at Boxing Day. At this point, we're just still planning on the facilities to be closed until the end of this lockdown. So the 2021 budget is prepared based on moving forward and reopening up back into orange levels, so that the facilities will still operate, but with reduced level of capacity. And that's sort of what we forecast. And if I recall, Matt, I think we've forecasted that type of level of service until probably midsummer to the fall, where we're hoping after the vaccine's getting out that we can start coming back to a little bit more normal for the fall season.
Yes, that's correct, Andy.
Dan, you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Linton. One thing I want to point out, and this is something that Mark referred to in his part of the presentation, anything that we've budgeted for that is potentially impacted due to COVID-19, we've offset COVID-19 related impacts with a transfer from the COVID-19 reserve. So we've had to make various assumptions in setting the community services and more specifically Parks and Recreation related budgets. And anything that we assumed would be a COVID related impact is funded from that COVID-19 reserve. Once we get into 2021 actuals and we find out when we have to have the facilities closed versus open and staffing and so forth, that'll determine what the actual impact is on the township due to COVID-19, and we'll transfer from the COVID-19 reserve accordingly and report that to council. So what may happen due to COVID may be somewhat different from how we budgeted for it, but at the end of the day, we'll do those COVID-19 related transfers based on what actually happens.
Thanks for that clarification, Dan. Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. So basically, we created the COVID reserve fund to finance keeping the employees employed, and taxpayers are increasing they have to make more payments for services they're not getting. And then, like, I don't understand why we're doing that when like the regular public, they've had to lose their businesses and they're unemployed. Like, and they have the stresses. Like there's it seems like there's two standards here, but we haven't done the work of actually reducing the costs and then adding the staff back when it's going to be open. And we have a past experience of it being closed virtually for 6 to 7 months. So I'm just wondering, like, how can you rationalize that?
Sorry, Councillor Kittredge, that's a pretty big policy question. Is there a budget related question that you'd want to ask here to staff?
The budget question is why are we spending this money when we could save the money? And then like that's sort of, I just don't understand. You're adding to the budget on facilities that we're not using as a taxpayer.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion here about staff not working or not providing services and getting paid for it. That's just not the case. So I'm going to turn things over. He's mentioned this already in some of his COVID updates, but I'm going to give it over to our CAO to explain things again to council.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Yes, as I mentioned, so we have in the summer redeployed staff into various areas to support. We also did do emergency leaves for many employees. I think it was just under 100 employees through the summer. Some of those were brought back as the facilities started reopening. As the closure announcement by the provincial lockdown by the province just late December, we again have put on emergency leave, about 60 or 70 of those employees that we did call back from the summer for running the facilities and programs, including facility operators, program staff, lifeguard staff. The full-time staff that remain, several are also redeployed over to Public Works to help with snow removal, and we anticipate some additional staff doing that and helping out with shoveling and garbage pickup in the downtowns. We also have a number of facilities that are staff that are having to go through the buildings, doing regular checks and balances for the equipment that is still operating. We still have the ice in and the pools in. We are hoping to be able to return to normal operations sooner than later. And our hope is that we'll be going back to the orange level to just have the groups participate. We've been working with the organizations and the sports organizations. It is their hope after the end of, towards the end of January that we'll be going back, being able to go back to running and operating the arenas and the pools and the fitness areas and the senior center as we did through the fall season. So this is a temporary component for our facilities, and our staff will be continuing to work in the buildings, fixing, cleaning, doing the equipment repair and maintenance items that are listed in the equipment reserve and maintenance reserve reserve balances. So they will be taking this opportunity to doing those work to the facilities, and we will be reviewing that on a regular basis to see what the next steps are with regards to redeployment of our staff.
I also just wanted to add to Andy's comments is this is an approach that's been consistent across the whole county. All 6 other municipalities as well as the county, we've taken a consistent approach to staffing across the board. Any other questions from this section, community services? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I've just been listening to what you just said, and yet the numbers on page 75 tell a very different story. As I said earlier, we had budgeted $1.7 million for Sportsplex revenue, about half of which was operating cost. We do only 600,000 in revenue, and to your point, Mark, the Sportsplex has been closed and only open partially in December. There's very little impact by adjusting for December. And the pattern remains the same even once you adjust for December. And that pattern is that despite doing less than half of your business, you have almost no reduction in operating costs. So that fact, Andy, tells a very different story than what you just told us. We should have seen a much larger reduction in operating costs in the sportsplex? Is it because we haven't JV'd the costs out to the department, or did we pay people to run a building that was empty? Like, which one is it? It has to be one or the other. But it also illustrates just how weak these numbers are, because we don't have actuals. And Mark has told us we could have had actuals as soon as tomorrow. I called for actuals. We could have had them as soon as tomorrow. So it cooks the number. It paints a bad picture, quite frankly, that we don't have good numbers, or that the numbers are inaccurate, or that we failed to control our operating costs, which I think is what has happened here. What's the real story, Andy?
First of all, I'll handle that one. Some of your comments are irresponsible. It's also the same question as you just asked. You've received an answer from.
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order. I asked the question. I don't think you should be answering.
Yeah, I'm chairing the meeting, and I can decide what's in scope and what isn't, and I'm not going to allow you to answer exactly the same question as you just asked when you've already received the answer from our staff.
I didn't get an answer. I wouldn't ask.
You didn't get an answer that you liked. You got an answer. Any other questions, comments from council?
That's a non-answer, Mayor. That's a non-answer, and you're interfering with his answer.
Please accept my ruling on that one, Councillor Foster. I'm not going to say it again. Councillor Kittrus?
The question, thank you, Mayor. I have a question from Andy's explanation. So are we running the ice and the pool, like all the facilities, are they actually running and costing us money when they're not being used right now? And then we're hoping that we'll open them on January 25th. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question because all of council should know this already. Yes, we have our ice in. Yes, we have our pool in, and it costs money. But and staff have gone through the process of costing out what it would cost to shut it and reopen it. And based on their expertise in pools and in rinks, they've made the decision that they've made. So yeah, we're running things that are costing us money, but we have to do a cost benefit analysis, and staff have done that. I don't understand how this is reflective of what we're talking about here as far as the budget goes. Matt or Andy, if you have any other comments to that question, feel free. But other than that, the answer is pretty simple. Anything, Dad? Okay. Any other questions, comments from council? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. Asking about the costs for our facilities and then having increases in the budget is a budget matter. So, like, I don't understand why you're disallowing a question about a budget and saying that it's not worthy of answering and then directing staff not to answer it. Like, that doesn't make sense.
I mentioned this before. We're getting into operational details that are not within the scope of council's responsibility. You're asking very detailed questions about running a pool or running ice rink, and you're questioning the expertise and the decisions made at an operational level. You can ask those questions, and we could be here all day, but it goes well beyond council's role as a governance body. And that's the issue I have with keeping this line of questioning going. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we have a duty to provide oversight. I don't see how asking budgetary questions during a budget meeting is inappropriate. Councillor Kittrus has made an excellent point. And further to the discussion on the sportsplex, the numbers tell a very clear story. We paid to operate an empty building. We paid to heat the pool with no one in it. We kept ice in the building with no one skating. And we did nothing to control our operating costs. It's very clear in the budget here. That, sir, is a problem. If you think that's inappropriate, that's fine, but I think oversight is lacking here, and that's why I asked those questions, and we still have not got an answer. why did we run the building that was empty with no reduction in operating costs? And now we're asking the taxpayers to pay for it. I think that's very appropriate.
Any other questions, comments from members of council on this section? Okay, Mark.
Okay, next section is planning and development, so pages 93 to 98. So that covers building department, planning department, economic development, committee of adjustment, and heritage.
Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question about the planning department. There is increased planning revenue that kind of offsets the cost of a new planner. What is that planning revenue? Is this money that we just been leaving on the table all this time, or what is a new planner? Where are they going to generate more revenue? I don't really understand where that's coming from.
Mark, do you want to take a stab, or we should put this to Brett?
It's more of a question because it's getting at what's that individual going to be doing. I think that's more a question for Brett. I've got the numbers here and they're basically detailed out there for you in point 2 on page 95.
I can answer. Thank you. The intent is not that there's revenue there that we're not using that we want to hire a position for, but there's no question that anyone can see that our volumes. You can see the level of development activity that's out there, and so I believe we need another position that is directly responsible for the review of development applications, and that we want to have the revenue to pay for that position before we hire it. So we are going through the fee study right now that includes building and planning and the other departments that contribute to the development process. And so within that fee study, we will look at a recommendation of what our fees should be in order to fund the positions that we need to correspond to the level of development activity that we're seeing. So the revenue is there only if we get the fee system in place to recover the revenue to pay for the position. If we can't recover the cost of the position, we won't hire the position.
So just to clarify then, Brett, so you need to go through this fee study in order to have only 25% of this position covered by the taxpayer.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And currently our fees only cover a portion of the cost of applications.
Councillor McElwain?
Thank you. I was wondering if that was the case, because we have a second personnel joining the planning department next year, also being covered by new revenue. Are we going to increase the fees again next year, or is it this year going to cover everything? What kind of fees are we charging here?
Well, again, I think our council, the last time we did the fees, the goal was to have, we established what the fee would be if council at the time wanted 100% recovery. And then that was reduced to cover only a portion of the cost of a planning application. So if somebody submits an application for a zone change, the taxpayer shouldn't be paying for that. The applicant should pay for the cost of that, is really the principle we're trying to establish. So as we add to our staff complement because of volume, we need to make sure that it's the fees that we recover from the applications and not the taxpayers that are paying those fees. So for example, the development engineering technologist, we hired one a few years ago. After a period of time, we've now set the fee so that that cost is recovered. And as we go forward, if we want to add staff that are directly tied to development activity, we want the development applications to pay for those costs. So the development engineering is the one that reviews grading plans when there's a new building permit, reviews site plans for grading. We collect a fee from the builder on a building permit. We want that fee to cover 100% of the cost because it's directly tied to the building permit. And the same thing with a zone change application or a new subdivision. We don't want the taxpayers subsidizing the cost of the development applications. We want to come as close as we can to cost recovery.
Councillor McAvoy, and follow on.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Someplace later in the 300 and whatever pages here, there is one column title that says planning fees / building fees that pays for the planner. And so does that indicate that in fact, if you don't have enough increase in planning fees, that the building fee reserve will pay for that person?
No, we can't cross the building fees with planning staff. So the building fees that we collect on a building permit that are specifically building code related are 100% recoverable, but can only pay for the building function. So anything like the lot grading part of it, which is a separate thing, is not governed by the same Bill 124. So we are able to directly recover the cost of that through a fee that the revenue for that now goes to planning.
Thanks, Brett. Councillor Kittredge.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like some clarification. Earlier, when I asked about the human resource person that was shared, and this one's shared too, there was a whole process that was described about why we would be needing these people. But now it's like the process is we've got to get the monies coming in first, and then, but we're hiring the person. We're saying on a policy level, we're going to hire the person because we're going to make a way of increasing the revenues. Is that how you're thinking about this new position?
Sorry, Brad, just correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not what I heard you explain. I heard you explain that we're only going to be bringing this position on when a study can be done where the fees can cover 75% of the cost of that position. Am I missing something, or is that
Point of order, Mayor, you continue to interfere and answer for the staff. Why are you doing that? Let the staff answer the question.
Yeah, I'm chairing this meeting. I can chair however I want. I'm asking.
The chair being chair doesn't give you the right to interfere with lines of questioning.
Please don't interrupt me, Councillor Foster. Did I catch that right, Brett, or did I mishear you?
Yeah, you heard correct. We are not hiring the position until the revenue generation is going to be adequate to cover the cost of the position. It's not an unusual process where you have rising planning applications to expect that the development industry is going to pay for the cost of those positions. But our policy is also that we budget for the full year. So, and we're budgeting for the portion of the cost, the 25% that's not going to be directly application related, is shown in the budget because that's our longstanding policy of budgeting for that for the full year when there's new positions to come. We're not hiring anybody. until the fee is in place that's going to ensure we recover the cost.
Thanks, Brett. That's what I thought I heard. Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brett. So we're not going to hire anybody till we have the process in place. So when, my question is, when do you think that that process will be in place? And is that process and the fees going to be in the future for a full-time paying that person?
Yeah, I think, well, one of the things that will come to council with that study is for council to make a policy decision over the long term of whether you want to recover 100% of the cost of applications or only a percentage. You know, but I would like to be able to get that to 100. I think our consultants would recommend that we try to get that to 100. The last time we did this kind of study back in 2004, 2005, the recommendation and the council decision at the time was only to recover about 75%. So.
Okay, thanks, Brett. Anything else on another topic? We've exhausted this one. Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I just want to speak to this in general. I did an analysis of 16 other municipalities similar in size to Centre Wellington. And just looking at the planning staff, we're running a very lean group there. In fact, we're under what my numbers are saying we should be at. So I just want to put in a plug for staff that we're running fairly lean as it is right now. And these arguments about whether or not we should or should not be hiring staff is totally off in left field.
Any other comments or questions from council on this section here? Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor McCray, you need to understand that this is a budget process. And so everything, one of the things that we didn't discuss prior to this meeting was the staffing. And so that's what we're actually doing at this meeting. So it's not inappropriate to ask about that and to get accountability about that. I think that's our role. And so I don't think that we're being out of line to ask these questions, but I kind of would like to know, like, because it's 1:43 in my watch. Maybe they're fast, but has everyone decided already to pass this? Like, because we're getting our questioning cut short, and I'm just wondering, like, are we going to be passing this like in a few minutes? And is everybody already pre-decided? Because those were the two things that it was said in the document. We didn't discuss staffing and we didn't discuss the OLGs. I'd like to discuss the asset plan shortfall. I'd like to talk about those things, but now it appears that we're saying that's enough to be talked about when we have a certain issue that we want to talk about. So I'm wondering, has it already been preordained that this is going to pass and without the discussion? I'm just asking the chair and maybe all the other councillors.
No, I'd love to answer that one, actually. This is 7 months process, and we've had 7 months to be discussing this budget. We had a whole session in June where we were presenting our staff with direction, so that if staff came back with that direction, hopefully a lot of the questions that you're asking today would have been dealt with before. That's why we do 4 pre-budget sessions and all the other sessions. If you look at any other counties across Wellington, and you would say that we're pushing this process quickly, they'd laugh at us. We by far take the longest amount of time and the most staff resources and time to develop a budget by far than any other municipality across the county and the county. This has been a 7-month process. Some of the questions that we're asking right now are the questions that we should have had in June. The budget process is about consultation, but it isn't about counselor education. A lot of these questions are because you have an interest in something. They're not about making the decision about the budget on the week that we want to pass this budget. There are things that could have been dealt with months ago. So that's the problem I have when we get into the operational detail on every single thing that the township does. We're losing our focus on what council's role is at the end of the day. And so, no, of course, we don't know that the budget is going to pass today. But what I do know is I want to have an effective and efficient meeting where council is playing the right role and recognizing that staff make operational decisions every single day, and we are there to provide direction, which we've already done. As in Andy's discussion beforehand, we have master planning process, we have the asset management plan, we have the strategic plan, we have clear direction related to the budget that staff have come back to, and not only met all of our direction, they exceeded them. And still, we ask all these detailed operational questions. So that's why I want us to move and make sure the questions that we're asking are at the right level for members of council. Follow on, Councillor Kittrus.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your explanation. But the point is that the document itself says that we haven't, and was presented earlier, that we haven't discussed the staffing increases, and we haven't talked about the OLG. There was also a whole presentation about the asset plan that I wanted to discuss earlier, but you said we're going to go line by line by the budget. So, like, I'm just wondering, like, I'm not out of order here. I'm just doing the stuff that we haven't been doing in the 7 months.
Any other comments, questions from council on this section? Okay, Mark, go ahead.
All right, the last department area in the tax board operating budget is the other services area. So that is pages 99 to 110. So that includes the GRCA, other health services, health and safety committee, contribution to capital fund, the Ontario non-specific grants, other revenue and expenses, net debt, the BIAs, and then taxes, PILs, and regular taxes.
Any questions, comments on this section? Councillor Macklin.
Thank you. The other health services, there's a transfer from reserves. Where does that money get transferred into reserves? What's it come from?
So you may recall a couple of budgets ago, we had a very healthy, I can't remember the full name, I think it's called the Health Professionals Recruitment Reserve. We had a very healthy reserve. It was up around $60,000, $70,000, if I recall. And council made a decision. Each year we basically have about 20 grand in costs in healthcare recruitment expenditures, and that resides on page 101 in that other health services, health professional recruitment line. So we used to have a transfer that went out to this reserve, and then if it was less than 20 grand in the year, 2 grand would end up going into the reserve, and if it ended up being 25,000 instead of 20, 5 grand would come in from the reserve to cover it off. And since this reserve was always coming in under 20 grand, or since the costs were coming in under 20 grand for a number of years in a row, this reserve grew to a very big balance. The decision was made to let's start reducing that balance. So it's now funded 100% from that healthcare professionals recruitment reserve. Now that reserve, after if 2020's amount ends up being 20 grand, and if 2021 ends up being 20,000 as well, there'll only be $13,000 left in that reserve at the end of 2021. So at that point in time, so for 2022's budget, we could be looking at a transfer to build up that reserve again of the operating budget. But for now, we're fine through 2021. Historically, the costs annually have not been 20 grand. They're usually in the $15,000 range. Hopefully that answers the question.
Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for that explanation. But I wanted to know how much of this fund was used for the recruitment of health professionals and how much was for all the maintenance and lawn and so like, is that just a municipal building thing, but we put it into this budget? So like, are we really using the monies to recruit doctors, or is the new hospital like got their own plan to recruit doctors?
Mark, I think you can handle the first one, but then Andy might want to add something to it.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's a good question, and you know, and like probably what I should do is step back and explain exactly what's. Hopefully, you're on page 101. So the $35,915 that's budgeted under that line includes $20,000 for healthcare professional recruitment, of which all of those invoices are gathered up by the hospital essentially, and they send us one big list of invoices that they paid on our behalf. And typically we get that at the end of January following the year end. Okay, so we haven't got that yet. That's why the actuals are so low. The rest of that budget, about $15,000 or $16,000, is for snow plowing and lawn care at the CWCMO office in Fergus. That's been in there forever. That was part of the agreement with the doctors. That's been in place longer than I've been here. So essentially there's two components to it. One is $20,000 for recruitment and basically $16,000 for maintenance at the CWCMO medical office building.
Yeah, Andy?
Yeah, just with regards to the health recruitment, there is an advisory committee which Councillor McElwain and I sit on with other members of the health of the hospital as well as community members. And they allocate the various funding for various projects, various recruitment, various compensations to doctors moving to town. So the $20,000 are specifically for recruitment and retention of our existing and new health professionals, including nurses and other practitioners, not just doctors.
Yeah, Mark?
Yeah, sorry, and I missed one point, just to clarify too. If the actuals for 2020, when we get that invoice at the end of January, ends up being 15,000, we will only transfer 15,000 from the reserve. We will not transfer 20 per the budget. We transfer whatever the actual is. So the actual impact on the overall budget ends up being nothing. It becomes a reserve issue. We have enough funding in the reserve, which could become an issue, as I mentioned, in 2022. I hope that clarifies a little bit.
Councillor McElwain?
Thanks, Kelly. All of the doctors are moving out of that building. They have moved out already. Are we going to continue to be paying the maintenance and snow plowing, et cetera, with nobody in the building?
Yeah, I'll pass this over to Andy to talk about.
Yes, so the doctors are scheduled to be ending towards the end of this month. And so we will be bringing a report back to council in the near future as to options for the building.
Any other questions with this section? Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, either Mark or Dan, it doesn't matter which one of you, but I want to talk about the page, 104, the OMPF grants and the impact that has on us. I know you've talked at length at the opening of the budget presentation about how much it's decreased since 2009. Based on those decreases, what's your prediction for when this fund disappears? Is there a possibility this is going to go to a net zero and we're going to have to make up the difference through the tax budget? And what's the long-term effect on our asset management plan of that?
Dan, you want to start with this?
Yes, thanks. Through you, Mayor Linton. We do get calculations for the OMPF program every year. A component of our funding is called transitional funding, which means that's what they're transitioning away from the township. And the rest is actually calculated as what the township should be receiving on an annual basis. So based on those projections, this will continue to decrease until we get to a grant of approximately $50,000. And it's likely to decrease at 15% per year until we get to that level. So obviously that has an impact on our operating budget. We have to be able to fund that decrease in OMPF funding every year. But as Mark mentioned earlier in the presentation, it was more of a concern when 15% was a much larger number back in 2009 to 2015, but it's become less of a concern going forward. I think 15% this year translated into $40,000.
Councillor Dunsmore, follow up?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so Dan, that's tied then, when I looked at the chart that was in the budget book about the number of communities in Wellington County and who gets what. Most of the growth is being pushed upon the Township of Centre Wellington, and yet we're getting the least amount of money and it's decreasing. So that money's directly tied to farmland then in a ratio of farmland to urban somehow?
Yes, through Mayor Linton, the calculation itself is very much tied to the rural area within a municipality as well as the farmland. So in the provincial calculations, they're saying that growth within the township is resulting in that ratio declining over time, which means we are eligible for less OMPF funding every year.
It's curious to see, Councillor Dunsmore, that we're the lowest in the county when it comes to OMPF funding. Minto still gets over 1.5 million through this source, and so that's a huge part of their budget. So, any other questions on this section, Councillor Kittredge?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go back to the professional health services thing. Since the health professionals are leaving that building, are there any other residents there? And if there's not, are we thinking of getting rentals to cover the maintenance of that? Is that one of the options, or possibly? Because for a building that size, in terms of square footage, that should cover all the maintenance on that.
I think, yeah, I'll hand that over to Andy. Obviously,
Thank
this
you.
is a part of their study.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Linton. Yes, we are looking at various different options, and since this is a land property matter, we'll be discussing some of this through a closed session in the future.
Okay, anything else on this section? Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment. There's a lot of talk about the OMP funding, and while I recognize $300,000 is, we don't want to see that disappear. I just want to point out that our total budget is in the range of $60 million. So if we lose 300,000 in revenue, that's 59,700,000. It's less than 1% of the total. So while I respect that we don't really want to lose that funding, I just want to point out that it's not a material amount. And I think it's a bit misleading to talk about how if we lost that money, we'd have a huge impact, because quite frankly, we won't, even though we'd like to not lose it. So I think it's important to keep a keen eye on what that might mean if it does fall to zero.
Yeah, I think that Mark was just talking about since 2009, we've lost about 1.3 million. So that has been an impact. But I think in his pie chart, it was pretty clear that it's a very small percentage right now of revenue coming in. So at this point, and I think he mentioned it's not as big of an impact because we have other sources of revenue. Anything else from this section here? Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. On page 105, there's two items, two different issues that I'd like to talk about. The one is, there was this energy innovations that we invested in, and I would like to know like what the status is of that, and the investments what we made in that, and where the funds are going forward for that. And the second one is I'd like to talk about the OLG gaming proceeds. So the first one, I'd just like to sort of know about that one. And then I'd like to have an open discussion about the OLG, since that was part of our budget discussions that hadn't been done.
I'll turn it to Andy.
With regard to the CWEI innovations, if you recall, we did have a annual general meeting or a meeting and presented to council. I think it was July or August of last year. We will be holding another meeting annually with regarding that and the reporting. And so I think it'd be that'd be the perfect timing to answer those questions.
Anything else on this section? Oh yeah, right. So specifically when it relates to OLG, Councillor Kitchus, what's your question on that?
Thank you, Mayor. On the OLG, we have an actual of 572,725 for this year, but we are projecting 1.75. So how does that work out? We thought we would have more revenues, but it was closed down for a lot longer. So will we be updated, if this changes, like if at the end of January, sorry, it doesn't open and it extends. So what's the process for informing us about what the budgetary implications of that are on an ongoing basis for the rest of this year?
Dan can speak to part of that.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Linton. The 572,000 received in 2020, that goes towards 2021 budget. So in the 2021 capital budget, we planned for 740,000 to come from OLG proceeds, where 88% of that, or 651,200, goes to township capital. The way our policy works, the 1.75 million that's budgeted for in 2021 is to go towards the 2022 budget. So if things happen in 2021 where we don't accomplish the 1.75 million, then that'll be discussed in pre-budget meetings for the 2022 budget.
Any other questions on this one, Councillor Kitchus?
Thank you, Mayor. On the OLG, there was recently a sale of the OLG. Is there, when does our contract with them expire or be renegotiated?
Andy?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Our contract is not with a private operator. Our contract is with the province. And so they establish when we are renewing those agreements. I'd have to go back and see when the last one was I want to say it was about 2017, but that's not verbatim. I'd have to go back and look. But clearly the contract is with the OLG, not the private sector. And so our agreement of cost sharing and revenue sharing is with the province, and it's their requirement to get the revenues from the owner or operator, and then that check comes from the province to us.
Any other comments, questions from members of council? Councillor Kitchers?
Thank you, Mayor. Considering the economic hardships that the private sector has had, and that would include the gaming organization, they've just invested on that property significant amounts of income, capital. If they renegotiate with the province, is there a possibility that like we could get less monies?
I mean, I just want to respond to that because our agreement is with the province, and it's not really a negotiation. We get what we get based on a government, and it's a flat rate across all municipalities, so that won't change. Getting into any more detail on that, I don't think is within scope of this budget because it doesn't mean that we're going to do anything differently. So I'm going to say on to the next question or comment. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
All right, I think that's the end of the tax supported budget. Just trying to see here what's next on the agenda. So the staffing strategy was essentially covered off or was explained in all those pages, and I've made numerous references to page 45, which summarizes all the costs and all the explanations are there. I'm not sure what else we do on that one. The 3-year operating forecast was in the slide. And again, it's starts on page 111 and goes to page 129, but page 129 is essentially a snapshot of what I put in the slide, which summarizes the 2022 and 2023 years with various assumptions built in, and it does include the staffing strategy that is proposed for 2022 and 2023. And those rates end up being 3.43% tax increase in 2022 and a 2.8% tax increase in 2023. And then the next section is the water and wastewater operating budget, which starts on page 130 and goes to page 138. So I'm not sure if there's any questions on those budgets. The actual numbers start on page 135 with the administration component, and then waterworks on 136, and 137 is wastewater.
Any questions with the water and wastewater operating budget? Okay.
Okay, and then the next component is changes from pre-budget meetings. So that's essentially what's listed there, all the capital items. Those are all the items that were presented in on December 1st, so a month ago. And there have been no changes to any of those documents. They basically been placed into this budget book as is, starting on page essentially 145 and working its way through to, I guess it kind of ends on page 231 are all the capital documents. So it's the capital budget for 2021, the replacement reserve schedules, both vehicle and equipment, and the 10-year forecast, and also the bridge and major culvert 10-year capital plan, which is funded from the OSIF DCL monies.
Okay, and there's been no changes proposed to any of the capital side of things. Okay, so on to 10.1, consideration of reports section. Really, that's provided for council's information. Yeah, so I'll read the resolution and get it moved and seconded. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington receive the 2019 to 2022 strategic plan report card, January 2021, as information. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Dunsmore, seconded by Councillor McCray. Any comments about that report, what we're receiving for information? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. On page 266, on the actions for healthy growth, it said we were going to review our zoning standards and explore innovative housing options such as tiny houses and streamline provisions for adding an apartment on existing houses while bearing parking conditions. I was wondering what the status of that one is. It said it was delayed by COVID, but there's a lot of housing pressure. And so I also wondered whether there was any consideration in the Healthy Growth Committee for a rural policy also of having, I noticed that Caledon has a, it took a long time, but they have a policy where they allowed not family members create a housing kind of cooperative out in the country. And I was wondering whether that was is another option that in the Healthy Committee. So I just see that there wasn't anything in this aspect of what we were going to do. So could you just outline a little more whether that's going to move forward?
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Andy first, and then Brett's going to add some from a county perspective and a Healthy Growth Committee perspective.
Thank you, through your Mayor. If you look at bullet point number 2, it does highlight that the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee is looking at a attainable housing strategy. We've looked at several. Brett's been starting to look at several others, including Kawartha Lakes is one that came to our attention. So a similar manner, we'll be looking at that across the entire township. I'll let Brett speak to, I know it has the draft bylaw was at the Healthy Growth Committee. So I'll let him speak to the timing for that.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mayor Linton. Just to fill in on that, yeah, we did a draft bylaw for what the province is calling additional dwelling units. Bill 108, which is the province's housing supply action plan, requires municipalities to amend their planning documents so that a person would be able to add an apartment in the house or to the house, as well as in a detached accessory building in the backyard. So a tiny home kind of thing, if you will. The county just passed an official plan amendment on November 30th to cover that. And that's in effect because these things can't be appealed. And so we'll bring forward, probably as part of this attainable housing strategy that the Healthy Growth Committee is looking at. The additional apartment units is part of that. Another thing I know the county is meant to be looking at from an economic development point of view is the rural housing. And we have had a little bit of interest in sort of the cooperative housing that you talk about, but I'd be, you know, we can make that all part of the strategy. Co-living, I guess, I think I've heard it referred to. So that should, we should be reporting to the Healthy Growth Committee in February.
Any other comments, questions from members of council on this? Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. This refers to strategic direction number 3, safe and well-maintained roads and infrastructure. It's page 3. We talk about continue to identify and provide trails, bike lanes, and walkways within and between neighborhoods and communities. Given the impact of COVID on the community and everyone trying to get out and use our trail systems, is it possible for you as warden to encourage the county to consider a proper pedestrian crossing on County Road 19 where the trailway crosses? That's always been a rather challenging crossing. And it's also something that I know the Centre Wellington Food Bank, when they do their annual bike ride, it's always a challenge having people there to guide cyclists and pedestrians across.
Yeah, that's a good point, Councillor McCray. I know exactly where you mean, and I know it can get right by that curve there. It can get kind of quick. The cars come around quick, and I know we've had a discussion at Roads Committee. I'll bring that up in the new. I'll make sure I bring that up in the new year at the County Roads Committee. Any other questions related to this section, Councillor McElwain?
Thank you. Strategic direction 2 about self and well-maintained roads and infrastructure. There's a line there about additional parking areas for downtown, which we've talked about ad infinitum, but I'm just wondering if that is changing at all, given that we're going to be closing downtown streets on the weekend when the traffic is at its highest. Are there any changes to the additional parking concept, and as far as that goes, to the 3-hour parking?
Andy?
Yeah, with regards to the 3-hour parking, that will be something that we'll be having to incorporate for the enforcement is the 3-hour parking, but not having it on certain streets during the weekends. So we do anticipate that the enforcement on the other side streets, we will have additional requirements to ensure that people are not parking in front of driveways, in front of fire hydrants and things of that nature. As well as we talked about, had some early discussions with the GRCA with regards to possibly looking at sharing parking and a shuttle bus in the future for the gorge, as well as for the downtown services as well.
Any other questions, comments on this report to receive for information? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go back to healthy growth. It says finalize the urban design guidelines and define and incorporate the small town feel. It says it's going to be done this year. Will that be in coordination with the other report about the different kinds of housing and infilling? Because I'm just wondering whether when you do the small tiny houses and infilling, whether like people put containers and then, you know, won't look that great in the backyard. So I'm just wondering how the urban design guidelines might be tied into that, or is that plan to present them both or close to?
I'll speak to it as a member of the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee, and then Brett can add anything he wants to. I know that the committee is looking at both those items, Councillor Kittrus, and they'll be providing recommendations, hopefully endorsement and recommendations to council, so that we can consider their thoughts on both those items, and they'll be coming, I would say, at different times, but they kind of inform each other. Brett?
Yeah, just to add to that, Mayor Linton, I think the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee for sure wants to, as a priority, tackle the housing issues. But when we did look at the draft bylaw previously about the backyard units, the physical appearance was definitely something that was on their minds about what those units might look like. So we do need to think of a process to go through that would encompass some review of what that kind of thing might look like. Zoning, unfortunately, isn't the place to do it. So one of the things that I presented to the Healthy Growth Advisory Committee is a system that's called a community planning permit system that would enable conditions and approval requirements related to the physical appearance to be brought forward. It also ties into the affordable housing discussion because the province has related some things that are in the Planning Act related to certain types of affordable housing to be directly related to whether or not you have a development permit system in place. So I think the mayor's correct that the two things are impacted by one another, but may not necessarily come at the same time.
Thanks, Brett. Anything else on this report? Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to talk about the good financial management. And I guess it says undertake human resource planning to access staffing and facility capacity risks and challenges associated with growth. And it says it has the 3-year, from what we've been explained when we've asked the questions on this budget, there is no written policy on how this is done, even though it's described in it was described by the CAO in an extensive, long explanation. I was wondering if there could be a written policy that's presented to council as a future work to do, because that's sometimes out of the budgets we get things to do. And so I'm just wondering whether that can be formalized. You say it's formal, but it's not written. And I was just wondering if that could be done so that we can understand all the parameters of the staffing policy and it's clear how all of it's done.
Yeah, that's a discretion of council. If we want a council directed policy, I can't imagine where that fits in our skill set. I mean, Andy explained at great detail the multiple factors that go into their hiring and their HR processes. To pull everything into a single policy, I'm not sure what the purpose of that would be. I think that our municipality does it like most municipalities and does it like most progressive organizations when it comes to HR policies. And you know, I wouldn't be supportive of putting another layer of bureaucracy on top of that in the form of a formalized policy, because I think this is just a way for council to provide operational oversight in the area that I think is the realm of the CAO. So that's my specific advice on that one. And again, I don't think there's an answer question for Andy at this one, because that's a political direction that if council wants to provide it, then council can provide it. I don't see the purpose of it. Follow on, Councillor Kittrus.
Thank you, Mayor. As you just explained and gave your opinion on, I wasn't asking for them. I was asking whether they would in the future consider making that a formal written policy so that we could see the clarity and it'd be transparent about how that would be done. So I wasn't asking, you know, to Evan. I don't think, contrary to what you're saying about other municipalities or government bodies, you know, I just got recently married and she was an HR expert for Waterloo region, and she worked there for 35 years, and it's standard policies to have policies about how recruitment is done for budgetary processes. So it's not like out of the blue that I'm asking something outrageous or that other government bodies don't do. So I'm just asking whether they would consider putting that on the tracking list, possibly to develop that policy and make it the formal, that it's expressed the formal policy that they have be in a written form so we will understand it, and then there will be metrics and etc. I'm just wondering whether that would be on the tracking list. It says that there's no written, it was just said there was no written policy, and there are written policies in other government bodies. So I'm just saying that. So I'm just saying.
So I don't think
asking.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is questioning what you're asking. I think we're all tracking with you. That requires direction from council, and that's all I was saying. It's not that Andy will say, yeah, we'll do that for you. That requires direction from council to establish an HR policy, and that's what he hasn't had yet. So that's all I was saying. It's a governance issue. It's not a suggestion that comes from one councillor, and yeah, we'll put it on the tracking sheet. Again, we don't put anything on the tracking sheet until it gets direction from a council as a body, not a suggestion from one individual councillor. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe what I hear from Councillor Kittredge is he's really asking about a defined way that we show a business case for each new hire, because quite frankly, we're not seeing it. We get a vague statement that we're growing and we need more staff, but we don't see metrics. We don't see proof that we need the new hire. And I believe that's what Councillor Kittredge is driving at. A formalized process that states a business case to justify each new hire. And I too would like to see something like that, because currently we don't.
Any other comments, suggestions from council on this item? Okay, I'll call to question. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor of receiving this report for information? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. It's incredible when I go through that report card, and thanks for providing that to us, Andy. Even during COVID, the amount of work that our CEO and his team and all of our staff have been able to accomplish is quite incredible. And so hats off, Andy, to yourself, your senior team, and all the staff for not only getting all that stuff done, but putting it together in a report so it's completely accountable to our council. It's definitely a best practice. Moving on to 10.2, investing in Canada infrastructure program. And this is, you want to speak to it first? And I will pass this over to our CAO to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor Linton. Again, a little bit of good news as the province and feds are providing additional funding with regards to infrastructure. So this is our COVID-19 resilience infrastructure stream, which has four specific grant criteria: retrofits, repairs, and upgrades for municipal facilities, COVID-19 response infrastructure, active transportation, and disaster mitigation. After speaking with the province in regards to the granting, as well as other municipalities that are looking at funding, we have looked at, as I've outlined in the report, of looking to apply for our $324,424, which is already allocated. This is just I guess a process for the province to understand how we're going to be spending the money. So what we are looking to apply for is about $300,000 of money for active transportation, which lists out part of the River Loop trail. These are all part of works that we've been working on for a number of years through our master plan and our trails, as well as our inter-neighborhood connections. So some sharrows and pavement markings, as well as road widening on Union Street between Brayside and Athol. A pedestrian crossing, a type C pedestrian crossing at South River Road at the Trestle Bridge Trail. I know we've had a number of trail users and cyclists talk about that crossing for many years, so it'll be great to get funding from the province to do this. Some trail signage and kiosks, and then two smaller pedestrian crossings, Bridge Street at the trail crossing, as well as at Gary Road at the trail crossing. So for a total of $300,000, and then through the climate change urban forestry, looking at a variety of tree planting and a restoration of a woodlot beside, or wooded area beside a stormwater management pond, as well as some street tree planting for 2021. The drawings and pictures and photographs and things of that nature are attached to the report. The report is due on Thursday, and the anticipation is we'll hear about this relatively soon, as the funding allocation has already been divided up and announced by the province. And the intent is to have the work completed this year. All the work has to be done by 2021. So late yesterday, I did send out the draft applications to all of council. Those applications will be submitted tomorrow with regards to the funding allocations that, based on our discussions with the province and ministry staff, meet the criteria set out in the grant application specifically. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Andy. And I went through those reports. That would be really exciting to get that project for the whole community. I'm going to read the recommendations and open it up for questions and comments. I have a recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approves the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream Local Government Intake Application to improve active transportation and urban forestry in Centre Wellington. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Dunsmore, seconded by Councillor McCrae. Any discussion from members of council or questions related to this item? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. My question for our CAO, Andy, is it carved in stone that this funding must be used for the trail loop? Or I've noted, and there's a number of areas where there are no sidewalks. 3 examples being David Street from St. Mary's School to the Elora Community Center, there's no sidewalk. Hill Street and St. George Street East, there's no sidewalk. Could this money be allocated to sidewalks? Because we have a number of areas where sidewalks are lacking. Or does it have to be used for the trail loop as applied?
Specifically for the sidewalks, Councillor Foster, we do also have our neighborhood interconnection, so there is funding in our capital budget. So we'll take note of those sidewalk locations. We do have a priority listing for those connections. But specifically for the grant, and I'll read the criteria: active transportation infrastructure, including parks, trails, footbridges, bike lanes, and multi-use paths. So it does not specifically outline sidewalks. So that's why we've spoken to the province with regards to this application and how it's meeting the criteria.
Anything else from members of council? Councillor Kittredge.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a presentation from John Scott. Is this going to be helping with that Welly loop? And if this doesn't come through, what provisions would be made to help facilitate that?
Yeah, so yes, it does address some of the issues that John Scott presented regarding active transportation. Parts of the loop do include part of the Welly loop. It does not include all of the requests for the entire Welly loop that Mr. Scott has requested, but this is a good start at that, and we'll be continuing to work with Mr. Scott on future improvements along for the Welly loop as well.
Anything else from council on this one? Okay, all in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Andy, and the team for putting that out there. Item 10.3, the 2021 fees and charges bylaw. Again, this is direction provided by council to limit the fees for Parks and Rec to a 0 this year. So I'll read the recommendation and then I'll get a mover and seconder any questions that we have for that from that report. That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington pass an amendment to the 2021 fees and charges bylaw to include Parks and Recreation Schedule A. Can I have a mover for that recommendation, please? Councillor Dunsmore, second by Councillor Foster. Any questions, comments about this item? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to see 0% increase for fees and charges in the recreation area. I would have liked to have seen 0 across the board, but nevertheless, it's a step in the right direction.
Thanks, Councillor. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to 10.4, this is a housekeeping item, 2021 budget, Ontario Regulation 28409. And Mark, is there anything that you want to speak to that before I read the recommendation?
No, not really. This report's been the same format for a number of years. Just a few numbers within have changed, other than basically no municipality I'm aware of budgets for amortization. It just doesn't make sense. You want a budget based on replacement costs, as we do through transfers to reserves and so forth, and use your asset management plan as your guide. But basically, if this report does not get passed, then we would have to budget for amortization in the tax levy.
Okay, thanks, Mark. I'll get this recommendation on the floor that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington adopt report number COR 2020-72 regarding additional financial disclosure requirements for the 2021 budget year pursuant to Ontario Regulation 284/09. Mover for that recommendation, Councillor Dunsmore, seconded by Councillor McAvoy. And all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to 10.5, the 2021 draft budget report. We have no delegations today, right, Carrie? Okay, we have no delegations. So I'm going to read the recommendation on 2.5. Yeah, I changed my mind. 10.5. I'm going to read the recommendation, and then we'll just go around and provide all members of council with an opportunity to speak to this and indicate how they're going to vote on this budget. I am going to ask the clerk to do a recorded vote. Just being on Zoom and this being an important decision of council, I would like to make sure that everybody's clear on how we voted on this budget. So I'll read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington adopt the 2021 budget. Can I have a mover for that recommendation, please? Councillor McCrae, second by Councillor Dunsmore. And now we'll go around the room in order as the way we typically sit in council, if we can still remember that far back, and start with Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to note that Guelph-Aramosta Township came down with a 0% increase to their budget. I also note that many other towns and cities in Ontario did likewise. And furthermore, Mapleton actually had a tax cut. And so here at home, we've got business as usual with increasing our taxes as though the taxpayer is a bottomless pit. And we've done so probably in one of the most difficult years of this century, with a major pandemic, a major economic crisis, at a time when our ratepayers are hurting. We've just continued to tax and spend and tax and spend. I also note that we're going to have, there's 6 new positions in this budget with a $400,000 impact in salaries. That is a big number. We have already talked ad nauseum about justifying hiring and making a business case for them, and I still haven't seen the case for hiring those 6 staff, and all we get is a vague assertion that we're growing, so we have to hire. Most of all, Mayor, what troubles me the most about this budget is the bridge levy. Mayor, you have referred to it over and over again over 5 years as a 2% levy, and that is incorrect. It is not a 2% levy. I had a constituent contact me, a retired math teacher, and he said, Bob, my tax bill for the township is $1,000. My levy is $120. 2% of 1,000 is 20. Why is my levy 6 times more than what the mayor told me it was going to be? And I had no answer for him, Your Worship. It's a misleading way that we have increased taxes. And worst of all, this year that levy is about $1.5 million. We have a plan to increase wages by $400,000. Last year we had a plan to spend $600,000 on a consultant to do a space needs assessment for the garage. we've effectively squandered our levy on operating costs and consultants. So it's very, very misleading. We've misled the people on the levy. We've not done our job in holding the line on spending. And so I have no choice, Mayor, but to give this budget a big no. We ought to have come in at zero. And I'd like to see that levy abolished because we have misled the people and understated the true amount of the increase in taxation. And we've done so for since 2015. And Mayor, you referred to a 4-3 split on council. Since you brought that levy in, that's one of the reasons there's a split. The levy is misleading and we've squandered the money in any case. So I give this budget a no, a definite no. We could have and should have done better in a pandemic year. No is the answer.
Thanks for the clarity there, Councillor Foster. Moving on to Councillor Van Leeuwen.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for giving us an opportunity to talk at the end of this budget. First off, I have to say the process through the summer and the process we've started taking with the budget meetings, capital, walking through this throughout the summer. At first, I was not as much in favor of it, but as we have done this more and more and seeing how easy it is when we get to the end, I'm actually quite thankful that we walked through the projects, gave staff direction. By the time we came to the end of the budget process, they knew where we wanted to land, around 1.4. So I actually appreciated the long process through the summer right to the end. In regards to the budget, it's I can appreciate that we've got it down to the 1.33. I look forward to the fact, or I'm thankful for the fact that our 2% capital levy is now ended, and we can see the results that it continues year after year after year. We can now, even though we have that reserve for bridge building. Of course, there's funds in that tax bill for it, but the increase of 2% is now done. So the hard work is done. So I'm in favor of this budget and also thankful for all the work that's been done. This is probably the strangest budget through Zoom meetings ever. So thanks for all the work to get it done.
Thanks, Councillor Van Leeuwen. Councillor McElwain.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, thanks to staff because you've put together a lot of good information and put a lot of hard work into it, and I appreciate that. I don't appreciate how quickly we went through it this morning with absolutely, 2-hour presentation with no opportunity for asking questions or making comments, because I had a number and we never had an opportunity to bring them up. So that to me is the wrong way to present the budget. I would like to comment about Kelly's opening this morning, talking about the 2% and how wonderful it is, and comparing it to the previous, in that I haven't voted in favor of the budget since the first time the OLG slots money was used for anything except bridges, and that started back in about 2009 or 10. So it didn't happen only with the 2%. I just have always believed that the OLG money was originally meant to be spent on bridges. That's how it was voted for by the council at the time, and the fact that we're ignoring that, we could have had the 2.8 million set aside long before we did if we had used the OLG and OSIF funding to do it. So I just wanted to bring that up and point out that was the reason I have voted against the budget, not because of because I agree the bridges need to be fixed. But I did have some questions that I wanted to ask. That yes, we've covered it previously, but those previous discussions were draft budget discussions. They weren't the final budget. And we should have an opportunity to make comments during the final discussions, and that we didn't have that this morning. One of the ones that I have questioned for 2 or 3 years now is the NRB CPI, I believe it is, the non-retail building CPI. Because we're told all the time that communities use that all across the province for their budgeting. And so I did a lot of looking, and I can't find communities using that all across the province for their budgeting. They use it for creating development charges, and they use it for asset management. And the best practices that I saw created by the same consultant we use for asset management, suggests that only the fees that are directly related to construction should use the NRB CPI. The rest of them should use CPI. And we use it for everything that goes in and out of reserves, and that's way too much. I mean, how can we justify using a higher construction index for a lot of our reserves, like well, just vehicle and vehicle reserve and there's a dozen of them out there that we should not be included in NRB CPI calculations. So that in itself brings our budget up higher than it need be. And I'd like to have that changed, and I would have loved to have that discussion this morning instead of at the end of the day. I also, what I'd like to do right now though is make a motion to increase the amount allocated in all of the different departments as a reduction in conference fees, because $2,000 doesn't come close to it. I would guess that the $28,000 of fees that we have lost from the community having the sports complex fees and charges increased, we could make up for in the change to the conference fees. So I'd like to make a motion that those fees be increased to more realistic numbers. And I'm not in operations, so I'm not going to tell you what those are, but I will tell you that just for me, for one conference, it's $1,000. So for all of council, for all of the different conferences they go to, having only $2,000 is way too low. So I'm making that motion.
Yeah, just as a point of order, we have a motion on the floor already, so we have to deal with the motion that we have on the floor.
So that's why we keep saying, Kelly, we'd like to have a discussion before you bring forward the motion. We've had this discussion a dozen times, and here it is again. And so we know that the budget is going to pass. You got your 4 votes. And so, you know, any discussion we have now is just, it doesn't stick because there's no benefit. It's part of the program, part of the game.
It's not a game. Provide an opportunity for everybody to say their piece. We went through a very fulsome process over the last 7 months. Lots of opportunities to bring these things up. That's a perfect example of something that could have been brought up and provided council direction. If we get council direction to get our staff to move in that in a certain way, then they would have presented that differently today. And council, as I mentioned before, council has provided very clear direction to staff, and they've not only hit those targets, they've exceeded them. So any kind of direction that council wants to provide should be done before the final day. Councillor Kittrus?
Thank you, Mayor. At the beginning of the
Point of order, Mayor. I didn't vote.
Councillor Foster, what's your point of order?
You called for a vote at the end of our remarks. I'd like to hear Councillor McElwain's vote.
I asked them to provide comments and their vote. How they respond to that question is up to them.
Well, you have to call the vote. You've called the vote. We need to have the vote.
Nobody's called the vote. I gave people one opportunity to speak, and they can tell, and they can include in that conversation how they intend to vote on the opportunity, but it is going to be a recorded vote anyway. Councillor Kittrus, follow on.
I think if it hasn't been called to vote, Councillor McElwain's motion can be addressed. Like you just said that. So I'm sort of wondering, like, procedurally, I think that's what can happen. And I think that I'm very frustrated at this meeting because at the beginning of it, you spoke for over 10 minutes and you made your decision already. And basically the staff got to speak. I have some questions about the asset management plan. And, you know, it says on page 250 that the current projections for 2022 and 2023 show the township will continue to fall behind in capital investment. And so we never really got to discuss the asset management plan. I asked you about that right at the beginning, and you said, no, we'll go through every line item instead. And so we never got to address those. And then the same with this, you know, we just addressed the staffing, but we didn't have a whole staffing policy just on that. It, you know, we had to ask several questions. I'm really fundamentally kind of disturbed by this. I'm actually disturbed that you're talking while I am speaking on screen. It's bothersome, and you do that all the time, and you promised you wouldn't do that. And so I'm disturbed by this process, and I'm disturbed that, you know, this is the final one, you know, and, you know, we didn't get to address those things when they spoke. You just wanted to ram it through. And I know that we've done this process, but it's the same old process that you always do. And you cut off people when you don't like what they say. And then you allow other people to speak and yourself to speak for 10 minutes. And so that's a bothersome process. I have had still some more questions about the budget. I think Councillor McElwain makes a very good point. And I think that should have been addressed. I don't like this process that you've decided prior to, you made your call right at the beginning that you're going to be for this, and basically you've chatted while other people are speaking. I question your chairmanship, actually, and I found that this was at this meeting, you particularly were cutting people off when they wanted to address budgetary issues about staffing. And that's just not acceptable as a chair. It was a budget meeting. You changed the wording when people wanted to talk about those things. That was on our agenda to talk about staffing. And then you cut those short. And the operational budget is the budget, and we should be able to speak about the operations of the budget. During this past year, it has been very, very difficult. The staff has done a very good job of trying to put together a budget, but the process has been cut short because it is unknowns here. We're in an unknown area with this COVID. And when questions were asked about the future, we know the pattern. It's going to be shut down for a long time. And those budgetary issues should have been addressed at this meeting. But instead, you made your decision early on at the first 10 minutes that you spoke, and you said it's going to pass. I'm for this right now. Instead of hearing out what has happened, you cut us short. And I understand, but the asset management part of this, which we're projecting as part of this budget, has not been addressed. And that was part of what was first said in this meeting. And what I would like to have discussed is how our growth monies can be reallocated as a policy for the future, so that we know how much goes for staffing, how much goes for infrastructure. Because if you spend all the growth money on the staffing, and now we're going to have, it says here that we're going to be short in the asset management plan, but we never got to discuss that today. And that's disturbing. And so I can't vote for this, because you haven't validated the staffing on a business plan basis, which I'm telling you, that is government. That is how government, public sector does it. They have to make a business case for every employee that they do, and they go through a process, and it is very transparent what that is, and is written. And you have thwarted that discussion. So I'm not voting for this budget.
Thanks, Councillor Kittredge. Councillor Dunsmore?
Yeah, I share, Stephen, your concerns on the asset management plan. I want to commend staff for the amount of work that they put into this. I've appreciated the length of our process for all the meetings that we've had. I'm pleased that staff came in below what we were expecting. I'm glad to see a slight reduction in the bridge levy. It's a necessary evil, and we have to carry on with that. Dan, I see that we're projecting bigger increases for the next year, and I'm hoping that we can address some of the asset management shortfall over the course of that. I think comparing the Township of Centre Wellington's budget to Guelph-Aramasa Township and Mapleton, who don't have half the infrastructure that we have and get far more of the province's money, is a bit difficult for us to compare. That's apples to oranges. I am happy with how we brought it down. I think $15 on a $381,000 home. I understand that it's COVID. I understand that people are struggling, but we can't fall further behind in that asset management program. So I will vote in favor of this budget.
Thanks, Councillor Dunsmore. Councillor McCray?
Thank you, Mayor Linton. I commend the staff for developing a well thought out budget that addresses the fiscal realities of COVID's impact on our community, the need to maintain our annual capital investment recommendations, and our termite challenge. This budget was not easy, and its achievement is a testament to our staff's efforts and expertise. We are fortunate to have the people we do working for our community. My concern and focus going forward are addressing the asset management funding gap. We cannot ignore the realities of ongoing maintenance and replacement of our infrastructure in seeking lower taxes and service fees. Prudence rather than popularity should be our focus. Otherwise, we are passing the buck to the next council. They will face the tough decisions we avoid addressing the shortfall, possibly through more capital levies. We also need to plan for ongoing growth that will require strategic hires to maintain expected service levels. Reviewing 16 other municipalities similar in size or representing Centre Wellington's future provincially mandated growth, our current and proposed staffing levels are lean or on target. I will be voting in favor of this.
Just a few comments for myself, and then I'll call the question. Yeah, thanks to Andy for leadership on this budget. Thanks to Dan and Mark for playing such a strong role and providing a presentation and budget book that is exceptional. You know, and especially doing it during a year of COVID, where we have significant pressures on our staff that I don't think all of us realize. But I appreciate the time and effort in pulling something together when you're dealing with an unknown. So thanks for all the work that you've done in putting it together in an understandable way. And thanks for your responses to the questions. It always amazes me how much Dan and Mark, how much about the operations you can handle on your own before you have to pass it to one of the department heads. That's a characteristic of really good finance folks, when they don't just know the numbers, but they understand the reasons why we're spending those numbers. And that's something I don't take for granted, that we have excellent staff who know how to do this budget process and do it well. Budget process has been a long process, as I mentioned before, significantly longer than any of the other municipalities within the county and the county itself. We have lots of opportunity to provide direction to staff so that they're prepared to provide a budget that is consistent with council direction. For me, as the mayor and the chair of these meetings, when council provides direction based on a series of inputs and staff not only meet but exceed those expectations, that goes a long way for me, because that's council's role. And I think sometimes we do get mixed up on what council's role is. And I don't want to get into that now, because obviously there's differences around the table on what the member of council is all about anyway. But as far as this budget, I'm very supportive of this budget, as I mentioned in my upfront comments, because it is completely consistent with the direction that the elected body has given to staff, and good work in doing all the resting. I'd love to be a fly on the wall when the senior management team are having these discussions on how they can meet council direction and still be able to provide essential services. That's not an easy balance to play. And I know that our senior team takes that very seriously. So thanks for doing that. And thanks for providing us with a budget that is as good as it is. So I will be voting in favor of this budget. And I will turn it over to our clerk to run through the recorded vote.
Point of order, Mayor, point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Foster?
Councillor McElwain made a motion. You told him we couldn't deal with it because we had a motion on the floor. Later in the meeting, you declared that we don't have a motion on the floor, that you hadn't called the vote. Which one is it? I think we have to deal with Councillor McElwain's motion because you didn't call the question. You told us so. You can't have it both ways, Your Worship.
But I can hear you the first time you ask a question. You don't have to repeat it all the time. I never did say we don't have a motion on the floor. You're getting me mixed up with Councillor Kittredge. I said
then
we
let's
have
deal with the motion. Let's deal with the motion. He made a motion, Councillor McElwain. You didn't deal with it.
Please don't interrupt me again, or you can leave the meeting. What I did say is we have a motion on the floor because it was moved and seconded. I've never changed the ruling on that. Just pull out the procedures bylaw and you see, and you know that. So at this point, I will call the clerk to go through the recorded vote process. Carrie.
Thank you. Councillor Van Leeuwen?
Yes.
Councillor Foster?
Not a chance, no.
Councillor McElwain?
No.
Councillor McCray?
Yes.
Councillor Kittredge?
No.
Councillor Dunsmore?
Yes.
Mayor Linton?
Yes.
That does in fact carry.
Unbelievable.
Thanks very much, Council. And that's all we have on the agenda today. Can I get a motion? Thanks for the work. I know this is a lot of discussion and this has been a long, lengthy process, but I'm glad that we all take it so seriously. Thanks for coming to the table. And again, thanks to staff for putting this in front of us. With that, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kittredge, seconded by Councillor Dunsmore, all in favor? Opposed? And we're adjourned. That passed. Have a good rest of the evening.